I call to order the regular meeting of the Mount Pleasant City Commission, Monday, July 14th, 2025 at 7 p.m. Please rise for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Mount Pleasant City Commission recognizes the Anishinaabe, whose ancestral lands the city stands upon today. We acknowledge the Saginaw Chippewa Indian tribe and recognize that the three bands of Ojibwe, Saginaw, Black River, and Swan Creek, have resided on this land for over 200 years. Our acknowledgement of the full history of the tribe and our commitment to be good stewards of these ancestral lands is an expression of gratitude and appreciation to those ancestors who came before us. We give thanks to the generous care with which the Anishinaabe and those members of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan have given and continue to give to this land and our community. Interim Clerk Wixon, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Alsager?
Here.
Commissioner Bush?
Here.
Commissioner Bushbacher?
Here.
Commissioner Rollins?
Here.
Commissioner Zhang?
Here.
Vice Mayor Eke?
Here.
Mayor Wingard?
Here.
All are present. A quorum is met.
Thank you. Let's see. At this time, we'll move into proclamations and presentations. We have a number of introductions for staff this evening. Let's see, Manager DeSense, if you'd tee us off.
First up, we have the introduction of full-time firefighter Jordan Van Avery by Fire Chief Doug Lopsinger.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to introduce to you our newest full-time firefighter, Mr. Jordan Avery. He comes to us from our own ranks, our own paid on-call firefighting group. So we're very proud to have one of our own achieve this success. At this time, we'd like to swear him in. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Jordan Avery.
I, Jordan Van Avery,
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the laws of the state of Michigan,
the laws of the state of Michigan,
ordinances of the city of Mount Pleasant,
the ordinances of the city of Mount Pleasant,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of firefighter
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of a firefighter
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. I'm looking forward to helping the community. I'm excited to see where this journey takes me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Lauren Pavlowski here. I am here to introduce Holly Schmelzer. She joined the city of Mount Pleasant on June 30th and was hired to fill the role of our city clerk. She brings a diverse background in both the private sector, administration, and public services. She recently served as accounts payable and communication coordinator for Greenville Tool and Die in Greenville, Michigan. She also has valuable public service experience, including vice chair for Eureka Township's Planning Commission since April 2024, Eureka Township Flat River Community Library Board of Trustee board member since January of 2024, election chair and inspector of City of Greenville since November of 2020, and the deputy clerk for voting and elections for the City of Greenville from June of 2022 through July of 2023. Holly holds a bachelor's degree in business administration and public administration from the Liberty University in Lynchburg, Virginia. And I'm excited to have her on as our city clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to working with the community of Mount Pleasant. Thank you.
Thank you. .
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm glad to be able to introduce the two newest members of our Water Resource Recovery Operators team tonight. First, I'll start with Michael Bryant. Mike started on Monday, June 16th. He comes to us with experience at Bryant Home Services, where he was a self-employed handyman. And prior to that, was the assistant store manager of Sam's Club. We're glad to have Mike on board and contributing to the success of our team. Please join me in welcoming our new employee to the staff and wishing him much success. And also tonight, I've got Trenton Dosh is the second person I'd like to introduce. Trenton started on Monday, June 23rd. He comes to us from Wreck Boat Holdings, where he developed and constructed prototypes. And prior to that was a press operator at Cornerstone Staffing Solutions. Additionally, Trent received an associate's degree in welding technology from Ferris State University. We're happy to have Trent on board and contributing to the success of our team. Please join me in welcoming him. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm excited to introduce two interns this evening. First, I'm going to start with a new intern who has started with us on June 16th, working on training content and development projects. Please join me in welcoming Kaylin Lambert to our team. Kaylin transferred from Montcalm Community College to Central Michigan University and is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in human resources. She demonstrates both an interest and proficiency in developing materials for training. We are thrilled to have her on board and look forward to her contributions. Please join me in welcoming Kaylee.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, and we're having a lot of fun so far.
I'm excited to introduce another new intern who started with us on July 2nd to work on training content development projects. Please join me in welcoming Subicha Katka to our team. Subicha is pursuing a master's degree in project management from Central Michigan University. Prior to her work with the city, she was a teacher for Amar Jayoti Higher Secondary School and implemented community awareness programs for CWIN. She also demonstrates both an interest and proficiency in developing training materials and will be closely working with Kaylin and our instructional and media design intern, Tyler. We are thrilled to have her on board and look forward to her contributions. Please join me in welcoming Subicha.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm so excited and thank you all of you for this opportunity. I am very excited to contribute and learn a lot of things from City Office. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll move into additions and deletions to the agenda. Are there, from the members of the commission, are there any items that they would like to add or remove from the agenda this evening? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented. I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the agenda as presented, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Okay, that brings us to our first opportunity for public input on the agenda this evening. So at this time, we will be doing public input on agenda items. This is an opportunity for the public to address us on items that are on the agenda. Now, I will note that there are several public hearings this evening. So if you are here for one of the public hearings, especially considering one of the rezonings, I'd recommend speaking during the public hearing that's relevant to that item. Going over kind of the public hearings that there is the West Michigan rezoning. Let's see, there is proposed text changes, There are cross lanes rezoning, and there's the 1104 East Chippewa Street. All of those topics are within our public hearing section, so I'd recommend speaking during that portion of the meeting. But with that, again, we offer 5 minutes for the members of the public to step up to the microphone and address us on any item that is on the agenda. You'll be given 5 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, and if you would identify the item that you are speaking on as well that's on the agenda. If you are on Zoom, please indicate by raising your hand that you would like to speak. If there is anyone in the audience, you may step up to the mic. Okay. Not seeing any public input on agenda items at this time. We have someone online. Thank you, Jason. Certainly, can you?
There we go. Okay. Yeah, we got an email earlier today to the comments email, and it didn't specify what section of the meeting that they wanted to comment on necessarily, but it just expressed it. Support for affordable housing and however we see that. So
Thank you, Director Moore. Okay. Again, not seeing anyone rushing up to the microphone for public input on agenda items, I'm going to close public input on agenda items. And we will move into receipt of petitions and communications. Manager Dissents, if you would.
Receipt of petitions and communications this evening includes the monthly report on police-related citizen complaints received, minutes of the Traffic Control Committee regular meeting from February 2025, letter from Shelley and Corey Campbell regarding Z2502 1104 East Chippewa Street rezoning from CD3 to CD4, and a letter from Lori Johnson, president of 8CAP, regarding zoning updates for the development of affordable housing.
Thank you. That brings us to our consent agenda. Manager Dissents, if you would read them off.
Absolutely. I do want to note to the City Commission here, item number 17 that is on the consent agenda, consider bond authorization resolution for DWSRF bonds. That resolution does require a roll call vote, so we do have to have a roll call vote for the consent items if the City Commission wishes to approve these. But let me just go through them really quick here. We have approval of the minutes from the regular meeting held June 23, 2025. Consider resolution in support of final approval of temporary traffic control order number 1, 2025. Consider resolution in support of final approval of temporary traffic control order number 3, 2025. Consider resolution in support of final approval of temporary traffic control order number 4, 2025. Consider resolution in support of final approval of temporary traffic control order number 5, 2025. Consider adopting the resolution affirming award of contracts for the water treatment plant improvements and the 2026 galvanized water service line replacement project in support of the DWSRF financing process. Consider bond authorization resolution for DWSRF bonds. Consider appointments of City Clerk Holly Schmelzer and Deputy Clerk Marilyn Wixon, and consider approval of payrolls and warrants.
At this time, I'll ask the commission if there are any items that they would like to have removed from the consent agenda and into new business.
Number 17, consent bond authorization resolution for the DWSRF bonds.
We'll have number 17 moved into new business, and we'll have that after item number 24. So it'll be the second item in new business will be item number 17. And a bit of a shout out to Commissioner Zhang, who is preemptively preparing to do so. So I appreciate that guidance there, Commissioner Zhang. Any other items that we'd like to remove from the consent agenda at this time? Are there any questions or comments from the City Commission on the consent agenda? In that case, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as modified?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as modified.
second,
There's a second. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion passes. Okay, this brings us to our public hearings this evening. As you can see, there is a packed house this evening, so I appreciate you all coming out and attending tonight. Reminder to silence your cell phones as we want to be respectful of our neighbors. Something that was discussed to me, brought to me by Deputy Clerk Wixon, was that given the number of individuals interested in giving public comment this evening, if the commission wanted to consider limiting speaking from standard 5 minutes to ensure that every resident had an opportunity to speak. I'd want to check with the rest of the commission if there would be a motion to do so, or we will just stand at our regular 5 minutes. Yeah,
I mean, for me, it would really probably depend on how many people are planning on speaking.
gotcha.
Because if people are just here for moral support, but
Mhm.
if, we do the math, we're looking at,
Okay.
I don't know if there's a way to ethically gather that.
Commissioner Perschbacher?
During the time when we were discussing cannabis dispensaries and such, we had a large crowd at that time too. And after a couple of people had gone through and given their understanding and what they wanted, we stopped and had a raise of hands for those who support and a raise of hands for those who did not support. So then if there was something, and then stated if there was something other than what had already been stated, that you could come up. But if it's the same thing over and over again, unless there's something new, it does help move the process along
Okay, so.
and gives everyone a voice because we counted the hands.
Certainly. So after 5, 10 speakers asking the question, is there any new information to bring forward at this time? And asking for a raise of hands in support of what has already been stated by the speakers. Okay. So again, without objection, I'll probably do that after, let's say, 5 speakers.
That's fine.
From the members of the commission? Okay. So if there is new information to bring forward, that members of the public would be asked at that time, if there is additional information to bring forward. There is, yeah.
Now that's to say that after, say, 5 speakers,
Mhm.
then we ask, but if somebody has something to say, because it's the public,
Yes, it is.
they're gonna get to say it if they want to.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so what we'll do, and I'm gonna make myself my note here and everything, we will have 5 speakers, and if we will ask for a raise of hands in support of what's being said or opposed to what's been said, and I'll ask if there is additional information to come forward at that time. So again, if individuals feel that their voice has been adequately heard by people have already spoken, then they will not need to step up at that time. But if they wish to still come forward, they will have the opportunity to do so. Okay. With that, we'll move on to our first public hearing. This is public hearing for Z2501-221 West Michigan Great Lakes Bay Properties LLC. Request to rezone the properties from CD4 General Urban Character District to CD5 Urban Center Character District. Manager Sense, if you have any introductions you'd like to make.
I'm just going to hand this over to our expert, Planning and Community Development Director, Manuela Povidaico, for her presentation.
All right, good evening, commissioners. So before starting the housing presentations tonight, I just thought about sharing some quick statistics about our regional local housing needs that we heard by BOA National Research this past Friday at an MCOG meeting. So it's gonna take less than 5 minutes. So first, Bowen has conducted recent data analysis of our 8-county region represented here in the slide, which shows an overall household growth since 2010 for the region, as well as an expected growth for the next 5 years. So they're looking at 2029. This continues to show an overall increase of housing demand since 2010, despite changes in population trends in the region. So Isabella County shows actually the highest projected household growth at 2.3% of the whole region, exceeding the second place by 100%. When looking at Mount Pleasant, we have seen a decline in population count going from over 25K in 2010 to 20K in 2029. However, looking at our projects regarding student versus non-student populations, the projections. So in 2010, we were a college town. We had 80% of our household counts being student-led on campus, students that are on campus. The 2029 projection, as you can see, is for us to reduce that percentage to 50%, having a more balanced share of residents, with most actually not being students. This to say that this comes with all sorts of changes related to what kind of housing that we have today and the kinds of housing that folks are currently looking for and will continue to be looking for in the future. So now back to household statistics. That was head count, population count. When we look at household statistics for the city of Mount Pleasant, we can see this stark estimate of us almost recovering our number of households from 2010. The reason being, we have two ways to capture growth. One is the head count, and the more important one when we talk about housing is the household count. Our households are decreasing in size. We don't have the regular family structures that we used to have in the past. People sometimes get married, don't have kids, sometimes are divorced, separated, individual households that are in the workforce and do not have another partner. For all those reasons, and also obviously the senior population that's increasing, luckily as we get older and healthier, we're living longer. So with all of that, we are increasing in number of households here in Mount Pleasant as well as in the region. So who will be living in this household in Mount Pleasant? This is a pie chart that our new intern created based on the BOA National Research. We have half of them being workers. And I would just pause there to really show this to all of you. For all cities in the United States, that's the goal. We want jobs and want workers to fill those jobs. We have that here in Mount Pleasant, and we're seeing that percentage of the pie growing as per the previous consultant presentations for the Mission Street Corridor Plan and the Master Plan Amendment. And then you can see that 30% are seniors. As we are getting folks retiring, changing their life options, and how they are going to also potentially change their housing options. They may want to downsize. They may want to live in areas with less cost for maintenance and all of that. So that's another population that we need to focus on. And then only 20% are students. And again, no one in this room, I believe today, is going to say that we need more student housing. And so I just want to highlight that, and how the numbers on the right side also demonstrate the changes in household composition with an overall expected growth and need of 166 households. If we don't create those households today, up until 2029, these households are going to find housing elsewhere. And we're going to have more people commuting to Mount Pleasant and not living here and contributing to our city. As I talk about commuters, this is a slide that shows the commuter landscape of Mount Pleasant today. This data is from 2024. It shows that we have 12,000 trips being made every day to folks who do not live within the city footprint and come to work every day here. So in other words, we have 2 people who live and work in Mount Pleasant to every 12 that live elsewhere and work here today. To finalize this quick introduction about housing needs and opportunities, I also wanted to share the results of Bowen's survey to employers in the region, who are basically listed over here on the left corner of the slide. They have reported difficulty in attracting and retaining employees in the region due to housing, basically the lack of options and lack of affordability. Increasing housing opportunities in Mount Pleasant is an economic development strategy for all of us. So I just wanted to put this context in as we are balancing policies that were approved in 2020 to the current status of housing needs and opportunities and project that to the future. So to start with the actions, the first public hearing tonight is for the proposed rezoning of 2 parcels located at 221 West Michigan. The applicant, New Yellow Marty, on behalf of Great Lakes Bay Properties LLC, is applying for a rezoning from CD4 General Urban Character District to CD5 Urban Center Character District. The parcels are currently vacant. Previously, there was a building that was used by a beauty shop and a resale sporting goods store. If the rezoning is approved, the applicant plans to build a mixed-use building with space for a residential lobby and retail uses on the ground floor level, off-street parking on the premises, and 3 to 4 stories of residential units on top. This is the map showing the location of the parcels at the corner of Michigan and Pine, just 1 block away from the town center and City Hall where we're at. The block is zoned CD4, and the surrounding blocks are zoned also CD5 to the north, CD4 to the west, Civic Zone to the east, and CD3 to the south. Zooming into the adjacent sites, we have the mixed-use medium master plan future land use designation to the east, west, and south, and mixed-use high land use designation across the street to the north. There is a bar and a vacant building on the north, a vacant building on the east, a vacant single-family home to the south, and a multiple-family building to the west. So all this vacancy around the site really shows the reason why the site has been flagged as a priority redevelopment site at the Michigan Economic Development Corporation's website, and how the development will help increase value of the surrounding sites and downtown area, basically instigating more infill development and repurpose of land. This is the current view of the property from the corner of Michigan and Pine looking southeast. And this is the view from the property from West Michigan looking southwest to the alleyway. This slide shows the proposed rezoning designation from CD4, where only 2-story buildings are allowed, to CD5, where up to a total of 5 stories max would be permitted. This is the proposed zoning map change, illustrating the corner of the block receiving the CD5 designation, such as the parcels across the street. Now I'll walk the City Commission through the review of the criteria of the map amendments. Item 1, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the master plan's future land use map designation of mixed-use medium, which calls for either a CD4 or a CD5 zoning district designation. The master plan asks for the city to focus efforts to reduce the vacant and underutilized properties downtown, which this proposal will do. And its development has also the potential of attracting more investment to the surrounding sites, which may contribute to filling up adjacent vacancies. The proposal will increase housing in downtown, another goal of the master plan to support current trends towards workers looking for more urban types of housing arrangements and seniors looking for independent living opportunities. Item 2, the sites are relatively flat with non-geological or hydrological constraints such as wetlands or floodplains. Since the previous use was commercial and because the site is located in an area with historical industrial uses, the applicant has already conducted a phase 1 environmental assessment, which came back clean, or it means no environmental concerns were identified and no further environmental investigations were recommended by the consultant. 3, due to increases in development and construction expenses, scale is key for feasibility of new developments. CD4 only permits 2 stories, therefore such square footage would result in higher construction cost on a square foot basis. By increasing to CD5, the building square footage can be increased to a point where economies of scale are achieved and construction cost per square foot decreases. Alongside the cost efficiencies, CD5 would allow for more housing units, supporting goals established in the city's Economic Development Action Plan. Item 4, the proposed CD5 is compatible with the surrounding land uses and zoning, which include a mix of commercial, institutional, and low to high density residential developments. This area of Mount Pleasant is already characterized by active land use patterns, making well suited to accommodate the broader range and intensity of uses permitted in CD5. It encourages walkable, mixed-use environments that are consistent with the existing urban fabric. The allowance for mixed-use development promotes vibrant streetscapes, increases access to services, property values, and supports nearby business institutions. Traffic impacts associated with CD5 uses are expected to be moderate and manageable, particularly given the area's infrastructure and street grid with several public parking lots and on-street parking spaces. The zoning district emphasizes multiple modal of transportation and pedestrian-oriented design, which can help reduce reliance on single occupancy vehicles. Additionally, the rezoning has the opportunity to enhance surrounding property values by encouraging reinvestment, improving neighborhood amenities, and creating more desirable walkable environments. 5, the site is located within an area that's already fully served by city infrastructure, including public water, sanitary sewer, stormwater systems, roadways, and emergency services. Per email from DPW located in the packet, the systems have the capacity to support the density and variety of uses permitted. Item 6, there is a clear and growing demand in Mount Pleasant for the types of uses permitted in the CD5 zoning district, particularly for higher density options, mixed-use developments, and walkable commercial space. For residential, just to look back to Bowen, they estimate a housing gap of 962 rental units and 567 for-sale units in Mount Pleasant by 2029. We're talking 1,500 units that we need to create. Previously presented data on commuters today already suggest a large portion of workers being unable to find housing in the city due to the options that we have and really low vacancy rates, which basically puts us in a seller market and not in a buyer market. We're not in a healthy market here in Mount Pleasant. For commercial, the city has used Placer AI to, among other things, aggregate data about unmet industries in Mount Pleasant. The report identified retail with general merchandise and entertainment-related uses as some of the current unmet industries. Based on anecdotal evidence, residents and students in Mount Pleasant have been sharing they are seeking more food options such as a Thai restaurant, Indian restaurant, international foods market, wine shop, small retail footprints, live-work buildings, and daycares. So item 7, the site is of sufficient size and configuration to accommodate future development that complies with the dimensional standards of CD5 districts, including building placement, height, setbacks, and lot coverage. No irregular lot shapes or natural constraints are present that would prevent adherence to those requirements outlined in the schedule of regulations. The block size is under 2,000 feet and the lot width is between 18 and 180 feet per CD5 requirements. Item 8, the city's form-based code, approved in 2018, has its main goal to reduce the number of zoning districts as an effort to simplify the zoning ordinance. The future land use map and master plan gives the option to keep the property under CD4 or to rezone it to CD5. Therefore, the proposed rezoning to CD5 is consistent with such policies and regulations. Item 9, it is not applicable since the rezoning is to accommodate modified bulk and not use changes. Item 10, the proposed rezoning of the site will not result in an isolated and unplanned spot zoning as it is supported by the master plan. It helps achieve the city's economic development and housing goals and is a natural extension of land use potentials of the blocks located to the north. 11, the rezoning has not been submitted within the past 1 year for this particular property. And last, the Planning Commission and City Commission have not requested additional factors to be considered until this time. So now this is the slide showing consistency with the city's master plan adopted in 2020, which included the goals that I mentioned during the review criteria. So I'm not going to repeat myself. So with all of this, The staff analysis is that the new mixed-use building will help activate this portion of downtown that has not seen much investment within its surrounding blocks. Two, the residential units will add much-needed housing in downtown, particularly for those seeking smaller units in a more urban walkable setting, like seniors, single-person households, maybe graduate students who may become part of the future workforce, etc. Residents will contribute to the local economy, bringing more clients to existing downtown businesses. And new retail and office spaces will offer opportunities to existing businesses to expand or relocate, and will provide options for new retail owners and service providers to locate within downtown. So all that said, the recommended action is for the City Commission to adopt the proposed zoning map amendment Z2501 for the 2 vacant properties located at 221 Michigan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Pawadego? City Planner Pawadego? Okay, thank you, Manuela.
I actually do have a question.
Vice Mayor Eke.
I have a question, and this might take us back a little bit more. I do recall that at an earlier stage when we were talking about the median income for residents in Mount Pleasant. Do you have that information? Do you still have that information?
Yes, I do. So the median income for Mount Pleasant is around $41,000. And the county AMI, based on HUD standards, has different numbers depending on the percentage of AMI. But yeah, around 40K is our AMI.
Okay. All right, good.
Any other questions before we begin public input? Seeing none? Thank you. All right. At this time, I'll ask anyone interested in giving public input on this agenda item to step up to the microphone. You'll be given 5 minutes in which to speak. Please state your name and address for the record. If you're interested in the audience, you may step up to the microphone and form a line, I would ask. See one individual interested at this time.
Good evening. My name is Dee Obrecht. I am the Executive Director of the Isabella County Restoration House, which is the homeless shelter in our community. And I just want to echo some of what was reported to you in the statistics. I am on that commission. And we look at these statistics and at the report on a regular basis to try to bring and develop plans for developing housing in our communities. But right now, I want to draw your attention to a few one statistic that was not given. And this report is like 650 pages long, so we can't give everything. I'm still working my way through it. But in Mount Pleasant and Isabella County, but particularly Mount Pleasant, we are at a critical level that has substandard and cost burden percentage for our population. We have a large percentage of people that are paying more than 50% of their income on rent. And that gives a substandard lifestyle. But mostly, I just want to share one story. Manuela gave a report, highlighted the statistics that employers need housing for their employees. And it impacts the employee standard and the employee being able to focus on their work. And this is an issue that employers in our community have expressed in this survey. There were 47 employers that were surveyed, and this was a priority for them. So I want to tell you a story about a gentleman that contacted the shelter just last week. And he called the shelter himself 5 times in one day looking for a place because he came to Mount Pleasant for work. He came to Mount Pleasant because he had a job and he's wanting to work here. And he lost his housing. He was going to live with a friend. And so he has a job and he wants to stay, but he has no place to live. And then I received 3 additional calls from his coworkers saying, please help this gentleman out. So can you imagine coming to Mount Pleasant? You have work and you find yourself needing to live at a homeless shelter in order to maintain that work and not be sent back home. We need housing in our community. And I want you to think about that because we have people who are willing to live here, who want to become viable parts of our community, and we don't have enough housing for them. That's the thought I want to leave you with.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to give public comments at this time? Not seeing any. Director Moore, I believe we have someone online, it sounds like.
Hello, my name is Joseph Carrion. I live on 109 North Arnold Street. I hope I still get a stamp for attendance, even though I'm virtual. But so my comment today pertains to all the public hearings on the agenda, not specifically Z-25-1. I did have a bunch of quotes from the intern who presented at last week's planning committee, but Manuela did an excellent job presenting those. But from the slides, I think everyone can see that there's a heavy demand. And as someone who has, lived only in Mount Pleasant for a year and a half, an outsider speaking, I can tell you that the demand is only getting bigger. That's one of the reasons I chose to live here specifically. And the real answer here is to act and to build. And just going off statistics, when we look at cities like Austin, Texas, they've been able to not only stabilize their costs, but even lower rents in some areas in their city. And it has a lot to do with not just building outwards, but building within the spaces they have. And they did a lot of upzoning. Same thing that's on the agenda today in this public hearings, all 4 of these is what Austin, Texas has done and has done very well in terms of keeping their costs in the same area. But aside from all 4 of them, I am at 1,000% in support of specifically Z-25-1 because of its location. For those who don't know, the Art Reach has become my second home, and anything that helps downtown area, I'm more than happy to support. So, and aside from that, costs, the last point I have is just costs in the area. With my neighbor who's on a fixed income living on Social Security, it's already hard enough where I'm trying to do everything I can to help her keep her costs down. I've lowered her internet bill. She's sharing my trash and recycle services. I just hope that we can maintain the cost for people struggling like her. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think I'm seeing someone come up to the podium here yet. If there's anyone else who'd like to speak on this topic, I'd recommend getting in line. Yep, if you want to line up.
Hi, my name is Jenny Haight and I live next door at 410 West Broadway Street in the Broadway Street Lofts. I do agree that we need more housing in this town. I also feel living downtown that we have a lot of empty storefronts in this town, in the downtown space. And I don't know if I'm sure you've probably considered this, but the fact that it wants to be a multi-use building, but yet we already have open space and we need more housing. So potentially could this building be just apartments, not office spaces on the first floor, and have it just all be apartments, which would give us more housing. The other thing, because I walk downtown quite a bit, living in the lofts, that is a four-story building. And you can see how tall that is, and it fits okay within its space down here, but I worry that a 4 or 5-story building on Michigan Street is going to be quite high. And I think it's potentially going to look out of place. And I think also with some of the residents that live there, it would just seem, I don't know, a huge presence there that maybe change the feel of the neighborhood. I'm not sure. So that's just the thoughts that I've had on the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Katie Morrow with Middle Michigan Development Corporation and resident of the city of Mount Pleasant. I definitely want to talk to you later because we're doing some really cool things downtown. So maybe we can have some good follow-up to that. But to address this particular issue that's in front of us tonight, as president and CEO of Middle Michigan, I am expressing my support of this particular rezoning request, and I'll be raising my hand in support for the others as well. My hope with these requests is that as it aligns with the city master plan, that it also will be something that there will be continued conversations with the community and with those who live nearby, so that hopefully it is something that is a good project just through and through. But I wanted to make sure that I came up and spoke a little bit about these particular rezoning requests. Particularly, I'll focus in on this one, but wanted to address it from the standpoint of economic development, since that's what Middle Michigan Development Corporation has the honor of doing for the city of Mount Pleasant, as well as many of our other wonderful communities in Isabella, Clare, and Osceola counties. Our organization has been working alongside local, regional, and statewide partners to address housing needs across our service area for the past few years. Like many other communities across Michigan, Mount Pleasant would benefit from an increase in housing options, particularly workforce and market rate housing. We hear this consistently when we go and meet with our companies of all sizes, and we hear stories about when they do interviewing, oftentimes they'll either have someone who accepts the job and then goes to find a house or a place to live, and then calls back and says, sorry, I can't take that job. There's no place for me to live in the community. Or the employee takes that job and then decides to live in a neighboring city outside of my service area and commute back and forth. We heard that tonight in the report that was given. We have over 12,000 people commuting, and I believe it because I hear about it all the time. Not only from our area employers, but just in the work that we do with our 40 under 40 and our emerging leaders. There are a few communities that we hear consistently over and over again that our young professionals are choosing to live. And unfortunately, it's not the city of Mount Pleasant. And it's not because they don't love this community. They do. They cannot find the type of housing that they're looking for. We're grateful that those who commute here choose to work here, but it also is something that we recognize means that they're spending a lot of their time and their resources and their finances someplace else. And we'd love to see that amount of resources being committed and invested here. We want them to contribute not just as commuting workers, but as citizens of our community. As an organization that works with partners across the state, we know many other communities are being very proactive in this space when it comes to meeting the housing needs of Michiganders. And if we miss similar opportunities for investment in Mount Pleasant, I worry that we'll lose our current residents and our prospective residents. Many of these other areas are adding housing in a lot of diverse ways, and we're seeing those projects pop up more and more. MMDC also plays a very active role in talent attraction and retention, which I mentioned with things like our 40 under 40 and Coming Home. We also are launching a Make My Home Middle Michigan initiative, which we receive funding for from the state to provide a housing stipend to those graduating from CMU who would live here for at least a year. These individuals will need housing suitable for that of a young professional, and we simply just don't have enough diverse options. as we continue to look on what our needs are, this is something that even way back in 2016 to 2020 was being reported by MCOG that we needed more particularly rentable units, because for a lot of our young professionals, that is often what they are looking for in that stage of life. And so I just want to, again, appreciate the city's leadership in this, and that we, Middle Michigan, will continue to be a partner to assist both our public and private stakeholders development that fits the needs of the community. And so any way that we can continue to help with that, we're happy to do so. But just wanted to share some of our perspectives from, again, that economic development side. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close public comments for the public hearing on the 221 West Michigan Great Lakes Bay Properties LLC request to rezone. Let's see, and I will turn it back to the commission. Is there any any discussion that would like to take place? Does anyone feel comfortable making a motion at this time?
I think from the presentation and the speakers that we've really demonstrated that we have a need for this.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Ake.
I agree with Commissioner Alsega. We've had this conversation for more than 1 year. You know, when we looked at our strategic plan, you know, about a year or a year and a half ago, I recall that since I've been on this commission, this issue has been on the table. We've been talking about this over and over. And so here it is. So we've got to make this decision whether, you know, there is need. I work at CMU. I do know that, you know, there have been new hires at CMU who have not been able to find housing in Mount Pleasant. So where do they live? They live in Midland or Bay City, or they commute from Shepherd or Alma, but they work here. So, and we keep talking about making this place home for people who work here. And you know, the town is not going to be able to grow if the people who work here, who come to work here, cannot find housing to live here. So, you know, it is important. We're faced with a critical decision to make, like many other small cities or even large cities in, you know, the United States, but we've got to make this decision because it is necessary, because it's needed.
Okay. Other members of the commission, any comments before a motion is made? Gotcha. Hearing nothing else, is there a motion to approve the planned rezoning?
I move we approve the rezoning of property Z-25-01221 West Michigan from CD4 General Urban Character District to CD5 Urban Center Character District.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. If you're in favor of the motion, you'll be voting in favor of the rezoning. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. We had a motion by Commissioner Bush and a second by Commissioner Rollins. Gotcha. Thank you. If you need, always feel free to call me out if you need details. All right. Let's see. That brings us to our second public hearing of the evening. Public hearing on TC 2501, multiple buildings within the same lot. City of Mount Pleasant, proposed text change to table 154.405.A of the zoning ordinance to remove the one principal building per lot restriction within CD4 General Urban Character District.
All right, so I'll take you to the next public hearing. So the goals, I'm not gonna repeat, it's to change the zoning text to allow more than one building per lot on CD4 only. So the goals for this text change is to better accommodate phase developments and enable the construction of missing middle housing typologies, which would also include the ability of developers to do condominiums. So this text change comes with the proposed updates to the city's master plan, which was presented to the City Commission on April 28, 2025. It included new population trends in Book 5, which I mentioned today as well, that will increase the number of long-term residents in the community and the opportunity to attract the existing workforce to also live in the community, as well as a few proposed changes that help enable housing production. So all of those are in the updated plan, and much of which is salvaged from the 2020 plan. So one of those items in the update includes the removal of the restriction to only allow one principal building per lot. And the way the language exists in the updated proposal is to enable phased developments in the community. So this came as we were doing the Mission Street Improvement Plan and looking at some larger pieces of land that we have on the corridor. And then workshopping through our public engagement process and the consultants on what kinds of housing or commercial development or a mix of the two could be created. So the phased development that you see on this slide is the outcome of that effort. The proposed updates here in this text change would also maintain the goal of increasing our missing middle housing stock within the city's neighborhoods under the CD4 district designation. So just so everyone is on the same page, when talking about missing middle housing, we're talking about all typologies of housing that used to be and were historically created, but they haven't been developed due to codes and ordinances changes that happened throughout time, which end up ruling them out. So today there is this really incentive for either single family detached homes on large parcels to be created, which is counterproductive from a sustainability standpoint because it pushes workers out, as well as from a tax base. We have to bring the infrastructure in the outskirts to pay for that service, and then the amount of tax dollars that are being paid by single family detached units are not enough to pay for those services. Multiple family then becomes the next option for developers. So within city footprints, then we end up seeing really big buildings that oftentimes do not match existing context. Missing middle is denser forms of housing that does not impact context within neighborhoods. It's kind of called out as invisible density. So from the street, you're looking at two-story buildings, you're looking at small buildings, but then when you approach the back of the site, or when you look at it from another perspective, there's actually a lot of density in it. The master plan goes further in explaining the terms, so it includes duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, bungalow courts, townhomes, live, work, and courtyard apartments, to even talk about density. The minimum that our American Planning Association and all planning documents that exist that talks about missing middle is within the context of 16 dwelling units per acre. That's the type of density that really encourages folks to leave their car and walk to businesses. It helps businesses want to relocate where the density exists, and it helps residents be able to find then the services options and retail options within a walkable area. So at this time, staff is proposing this tax change to basically do two things. And I would say the number two was something that came out as a secondary goal because it was proposed after this tax change was underway. But the main reason for staff to propose this at this time is because of the Z2503 cross lanes rezoning. As we're looking at so many grant dollars that we couldn't tap, including MISHDA's My Neighborhood program, which for the very first time this year announced a funding for only cities or local government units to apply to build infrastructure. So it's the very first time they're doing that to support housing development. As we're looking into that, we decided to look into the typologies that we have in the city and found out that we don't have bungalow courts, which are also called pocket neighborhoods. Those are small, single-family detached residences that share the common grounds and are around a courtyard that helps provide social cohesion. So basically neighbors meet. Oftentimes they have a community facility building to throw birthday parties. They have a community garden in the back where the residents can utilize. And the amenities part of it is basically designed by the residents. So it's a very interesting type of development that the city staff came together a few months ago and is trying to find a way to develop it in Mount Pleasant. As part of that conversation, we realized we cannot build that without allowing more than one principal building per lot, because the forms, the financial forms of those developments are either condominiums or cooperatives. So they are large parcels that have multiple houses all in the same parcel. So that's the reason why we're applying for this right now. And then we got Z2502 also proposing multiple buildings in the same parcel, which we currently do not allow. And so approving this tax change would also enable those kinds of developments in CD4, aside from the pocket neighborhood. So it can be a combination of duplexes, a combination of fourplexes, like Rosewood condos, that kind of development. So one thing that's very important to clarify is that while you're looking at the tax change simply being allowing more than one principal building per lot with a few other requirements, there are other zoning ordinance requirements that will continue to apply to ensure the quality of those developments. So to cite a few, aside from density controls, we'll continue to apply the 60% build-out requirement, which require buildings to be positioned closer to the curb and ensure a good presence at the street. So you could have porches, bringing that facade forward. It's the type of development that incents walkable neighborhoods. Parking location rules will continue to apply, not allowing parking in front of the buildings, or basically that would lead to site plans that look like buildings on an ocean of parking. So the type of ocean of parking and multiple family dwellings are not allowed under the zoning framework. Landscaping streetscape will also ensure that plans are aesthetically pleasing, especially along the street side. And then building code will continue to regulate spacing between buildings based on construction method, so basically fire rating and amount of windows. So if you have a proposed building that have a lot of windows, it has to be further set back from property lines, ensuring that privacy as well as safety to surrounding sites. If you have less windows, you can be closer, but then also if you're closer, you have to improve your fire rating system, which usually, disincentivizes folks to be too close. So we're talking roughly around 10 feet from property lines for the types of regular housing construction that we see out there. Then I would also say that CD4 allows more than one dwelling unit already per parcel by right through our use regulations. And then we allow accessory dwelling units as building typologies, duplexes, townhomes, multiple family buildings. So this would be an add-on to those existing regulations. The proposed text, aside from being consistent with the city's policies, it's also supported by planning specialists. As I mentioned before, I go often to training at the American Planning Association Michigan chapter. This is one slide that was borrowed from a presentation that happened very recently within this past month by the Michigan chapter. And it talked about specifically the topic of increasing our housing stock through removing zoning barriers. One being to ensure that for infill developments, we are not requiring builders to have more than one lot for the project to be able to pencil out. Last, I'll end this text change presentation with images of existing Mount Pleasant developments that we zoned out of the city in 2018 when adopting the new ordinance. The first one is the Rosewood condos on Gaylord. Some buildings are duplexes, others are fourplexes. In this particular site, there are 6 fourplexes all in a single parcel. Today's zoning does not allow this type of development. Same with Franklin Village at Gaylord Street, which are 6 8-plexes in one parcel. Beaupre is another great example of housing catered to seniors in this particular case, which is located on North Russell Street, and where we have 19 single-family and 4 duplex units in one parcel. Looking at other communities, we have an example of a pocket neighborhood in Kirkland, Washington, where they have 15 single-family homes in one parcel. Pocket neighborhoods are nice because they are single-family homes with small footprints, which in the end of the day, they are market rate construction that becomes naturally more attainable. This is another pocket neighborhood in Hamilton, Montana, very small community, where they have 34 single-family homes in one parcel, as you can see here on the image on the right. And you can see the sold, right? So most of those developments have already been sold and they are in construction right now. And it's a multi-phase project for that one. So to conclude the presentation, TC-2501 is a proposed text change to allow more than one principal building per site, allowing for phase developments, condominiums, and more missing housing types. Its proposed text also includes a clarification that each principal building can have no more than one accessory building, and that any principal building located towards the back of the property will need to be screened from adjacent property in the form of a wall, fence, or evergreen hedge. With that, we recommend that the City Commission adopts text change TC-25-01 as submitted. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question. Yeah.
Can an apartment building be built in CD4?
So can you just help me answer that question by telling me what an apartment building is in this question?
I don't know, an apartment building that has 50 people living there,
How many?
say 35.
35 people, okay? So in CD4, if you had enough acreage to build a very large apartment building with 35 units, you will need to comply with many zoning requirements. So most of them are likely going to discourage a large building with that many units because they have to be spread out in 2 stories. One example is the apartment building, if it exceeds, so the site cannot exceed 150 feet in width, right? So the width is limited because of the lot width limitation. The other thing is you have to break down the facade if the building exceeds the length of 100 feet. So that creates additional construction costs that will basically create the push and pulls in design. So we have a form-based code that really tackles design in a way that incentivizes really gigantic footprints, if that makes sense. Furthermore, depending on the type of development you're looking at, if it's a very, very large site, they have to come for a development parcel plan, which has restrictions on block sizes as well, and the design of streets. So it comes with landscaping, it comes with all sorts of things, plus parking, right? I think developers would not put 35 units without any parking spot. So that also changes the configuration of that.
Well, where I was going there is I truly like the idea of those bungalow courts, that courtyard neighborhoods. That's like a wonderful thing. And it almost seems like as a city, we ought to create a zone that allows that. But once we do CD4, sometimes that's an open invitation to the default construction of apartment buildings. And those other missing middle concepts that you described would be wonderful. But once we get into that CD4, then it's almost a default, and you have things that neighbors don't like and that the town doesn't need. Those other kind of things would be wonderful. And I guess if anything, I would encourage you, the Planning Commission, City Commission, to look at it at a zone that would allow those kind of things to happen in zoning, without, because once you pass out of that CD3 into a CD4, boy, it's open season, and then that creates a lot of problems. So I guess that was the purpose of that question.
Okay. Commissioner. Commissioner Bush, I believe you have a question.
Manuel answered.
Yeah.
Was there?
Yeah, so I actually wanted to just say that the zoning ordinance, so CD4, does allow for multiple family dwellings. Multiple family by definition is when you have 3 or more units in a building, right? So the way it works right now, because we don't have this tax change approved, the only thing you can do is the gigantic footprint, right? So that's the only thing you can do, because you have the density, right? You have the density that we allow, but we don't allow more than one building. So then what we're trying to do is to solve for what we actually, and I agree with everybody, that's what we want. We want the smaller footprint kind of developments that is more within context. So just wanted to say that we allow buildings to be as close as 3 feet from the rear property line. So technically you could have this massive building, right, occupying almost 100% lot coverage. And we would like to see that form broken down. So just want to say that. And then also want to say building code and fire code are very strict. So there are maximum amount of corridor length that you need to have in order to be able to escape. So there are other forms and codes and regulations within the local ordinance, as well as state codes and international codes, that are not going to allow like a theoretical crazy building with 35 units. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood that.
Commissioner Bush?
So to clarify too, these would still only be limited to 2-story buildings.
Yes.
Okay, so what you're proposing too, not only does it seem to meet the needs of, many things that we discussed prior, but it sounds like we are actually wanting to enact a code that would help the creation of neighborhoods similar to the type of neighborhoods that we're all expressing as being desirable, that currently exist, that are currently technically violating our codes, and we like them and we like those neighborhoods. So we should have a code that allows for creation of more of those neighborhoods and makes the existing neighborhoods comply with our code.
Absolutely.
It makes sense to me.
Other members of the commission who have not had a chance to ask questions yet? Any other additional questions for staff at this time? Okay. Thank you.
Wait. Like, one more thing.
Make sure it's a question.
Yeah, but I need to tee it up before I ask the question.
Then please do so.
A general concern complaint, if this change is approved, every landowner in CD4 will have the right to be allowed to do this. We have the right to move they'll have the right to more than one principal building per lot. Any subsequent public hearings will not deal with the pros and cons and issues related to multiple buildings on a single lot. It will be the right granted by our action tonight if we approve the text change. Notification to all those affected by this change was by newspaper notice and planning commission minutes online, and those for those who check after each meeting. This request is granted every neighbor who finds out about additional building about additional buildings when they are built, and they have, by that point, there's not much they can say. It seems unfair as a city. We need to notify citizens in a better manner. Our Facebook, for example, should alert everyone to, about what's happening and give more detail and explanation. Yes, the notice we gave meets the legal requirement, but in this age of technology, we need better newspaper notices. the notification given was a proposed text change for table 154.405.a of the zoning ordinance to remove one principal building per lot restriction with CD4 general urban district. That's what it says. Most people don't even know their own zoning, what their own zoning is. Even less see what's coming with this text change is processed in concert with the zoning changes before us today. My question is that why not tell the commission, the residents on Chippewa and Cross Lanes, how passing that language changes the effects of the public hearings? We did know tonight, but I didn't see anything prior to tonight about that interaction for those neighborhoods. That is important. And here, we're going to talk about this just in front of these other two. And so, I guess, since we did in fact explain the connection here in this last 10 minutes, it's hard for me to say we didn't do it, but it just seems that we could have done better at that.
Gotcha. So, could you refresh us on the avenues of communication that were done?
So in terms of this particular message on the TC impacting the other rezonings, I did have that for the planning commission materials for the introduction and public hearing and the city commission introduction public hearing. So I did have that in the packet. Aside from that, the communications that we do is based on state code requirements. So we have the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act and Planning Enabling Act requiring us to do the notices, and they have to be done 15 days before a public hearing on the case, and that's the language that needs to be included.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Commissioner Alsager.
I just have a quick question. So by approving this, we're saying instead of being able to build one big, large apartment building, we can build pocket neighborhoods in other parts of the missing middle design.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Other members of the commission? Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, at this time, we'll move into the public hearing portion of this discussion. So again, this is on multiple buildings within the same lots, a proposed text change. If you are in the audience and would like to speak on this topic, please step up to the microphone. You'll be given 5 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Yeah, if you are planning on speaking, please do line up so that way we can see that there is interest in conversation on this topic.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ryan Skletsky. My address is 714 East Lawn, Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Being a dad, I say a lot of dad things, and one of the things I've always said to my kids is one thing they're not making any more of is land. It's still true today. So with Mount Pleasant not being an ever-expanding universe, we have to work within the means that we have and what we have available to us. That means building higher since we can't build up, finding ways that we can find solutions to the problems that our community members face. I don't know if anybody here has ever played SimCity, but one of the goals was to get like these massive structures to where there's all these people and you'd have these huge booming populations and but this isn't a game. These are people's lives. We heard earlier that we have roughly 30% of our population spends more than 50% of their wages on rent. We have roughly, we'll say 100 people here today. That's 30 people. 30 people here are unable to save money. They're unable to make their ends meet because they're living paycheck to paycheck, trying to make sure that they have a roof over their head, that they have food on their table. If we're not finding ways to find solutions to these problems to improve the quality of life for our citizens, for our neighbors, for the people who our kids play with at the park, what are we doing? What are we doing? So I am in support of the the language change and the other items that are on the hearing tonight. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience for public input on this on this item? Yeah. Yeah, they're separate topics, so if you have interest on talking on this topic and interest on a separate topic, we could be discussing MSU versus Ohio on this topic, and we could discuss something else later. You can have multiple opinions, so yeah. Please make sure you're lining up though, just so we can keep things moving along this evening.
Ready?
Yeah.
Patty Strong, 906 East Chippewa Street. I thought I'd comment on this because it just surprises the heck out of me. This is right before our hearing where Lapham Associates wants to put multiple buildings on 1 acre, which you can't do. Even if you move it up to C4, unless this change is made. But that opens up such a can of worms. It's just all the money is riding right on this motion right here. If you can create 35 up to 35 dwelling units per acre under this zoning, I mean, that's the way I understood it. How is that going to be aesthetically pleasing? How are you going to meet the landscaping and other necessaries with this kind of, you're basically going to have buildings and parking lots. You're not going to have, it's not going to be a nice place to live. And it certainly wouldn't look good in the middle of an old established neighborhood like ours. So. And I absolutely think that if there's extra land in Mount Pleasant, that somebody had better, I don't care what kind of incentives it takes, somebody needs to build some affordable housing for people that are on Social Security and nothing else. Somebody that comes in your work here, they're not gonna be able to afford these duplex or quadplexes on Chippewa Street. They're not gonna be able to afford almost all of this stuff that's gonna get built. Why aren't we concentrating on low income housing? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Megan Marino. I live at 201 North Brown Street. Actually here primarily to speak on agenda item 23, the request to rezone 1104 East Chippewa. However, since this proposal directly impacts that and even mentions it in the proposal, it seems apropos to comment. And furthermore, we were advised with regard to our public hearing comments to not focus on the proposal at hand, but to simply focus on the rezoning. And so it is a little frustrating to hear so much emphasis on proposal dynamics and specifics because yes, I think a pocket neighborhood like what was shown, some of the images that have been shown are very nice and may be desirable to young professionals. Duplexes may be nice, but the fact of the matter is, just like Commissioner Zhang said, once this goes, even if you said we were going to create a pocket neighborhood, that all the residents in the pocket neighborhood will have say in what their little neighborhood is like, what about the rest of us who are already in the surrounding neighborhood? We won't get to say, yes, let's have it be a pocket neighborhood. That looks really nice. We won't have any say in what goes as soon as it's CD4. So, I think we would like to have a middle ground and say, what would be really nice if this had more than one principal dwelling? And maybe it could be nice, but if you make this move, we're at a loss and we have absolutely no say in what might fit in this space that could accommodate more people without losing the residential character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Kim Friedrich. I live at 1152 Highland Street, and I serve as the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of Isabella County. And I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed rezoning of all of these housing initiatives. And some of the things that I will say have already been brought up, but the letter that I wrote, I'll read to you as is. There's a significant shortage of affordable housing in our city, something our organization sees firsthand every day. This rezoning is a step in the right direction. While it does not mean a multi-unit building or a single-family home or pocket neighborhood will be constructed immediately, it creates the opportunity for one in the future, should a developer or a housing partner choose to invest in these sites. Many of the hardworking people who serve this community, our teachers, healthcare workers, restaurant, and retail staff, cannot afford to live here. That forces them to commute from outside the city, which we've already talked about, increasing traffic and disconnecting them from the neighborhoods they serve. Affordable housing will allow them to live where they work and engage more fully in the community. It's also important to challenge the stigma that sometimes surrounds low to moderate income housing. Low-income families are not bad neighbors. In fact, they are often the first to lend a helping hand, support local schools, and participate in community life. They want safe, decent, and affordable housing, just like anyone else, and they have a right to it. If we want a strong, thriving city, we must ensure that people who make our city work can afford to live in it. Studies show that when residents live near their jobs and their children attend neighborhood schools, the entire community benefits economically, socially, and culturally. So I just wanted to say that as Executive Director of Habitat, I urge the Commission to approve the rezoning to help us move one more step closer to solving the housing crisis that does affect us all. Thanks.
My name is Deb McGilsky, and I live at 311 Kane Street, Mount Pleasant. And I just want to say, agree with somebody who previously stated this, that by agreeing to the rezoning, we are in effect saying that the last two items on the agenda are a done deal, really. So I just want to mention a couple other things. One of the things that was pointed out was the median income in Mount Pleasant is about 40,000. And like somebody else previously said, that means what we really need is low income housing. Because at 40,000 median income, I don't even know if they could afford the fourplexes or whatever is proposed over there on Cross Lanes. I'm a retired professor, and I do know that professors do come to CMU, especially now with remote learning, and they do not choose to live in Mount Pleasant. And it has nothing to do with the housing. Most of them want Midland. Some go to the suburbs of Detroit. Some are in Grand Rapids, and some are in Lansing. And it's because it's a more professional city, and the school systems are offering more alternatives to their kids. It has nothing to do with whether there's housing in Mount Pleasant or not. I also want to point out that there are a lot of available rental units, maybe not in Mount Pleasant, but immediately around the city in Union Township that are empty, where people could go. And then the last thing is, I was here about a year ago, and the discussion was whether to put housing in kitty corner from the cabin, and that was turned down. There is still that whole field there that could be used for housing.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Allison Heinrich. I am a new homeowner for 1409 Cross Lanes Street. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak in support of all of these rezoning opportunities. with my recent experience in the market, it is brutal. I just closed on a house, my first home last month, after touring over 40 different homes from Isabella and Clare County. Of all of those homes that I toured, only one did not have any issues that would need to be remediated before I could move in safely with my 2-year-old and my 3-month-old. So I want everyone to keep in mind that affordable housing is for all of us. It's not just for low income, it's for all market segments. We need housing across all segments. And so this is being proactive. This is allowing us that opportunity. One of the houses that I mentioned, the one that did not have any issues that needed to be addressed immediately, went for $15,000 over asking, which was $10,000 over what I could comfortably afford, what I was pre-approved for, and that was still $250,000 for a first-time home buyer with a young family. We ultimately had the opportunity to purchase 1409 Cross Lanes, and we know that there are small projects to do along the way, but we also spent $238,000 on that. I know many of my neighbors in this room right here and online, that probably doesn't sound very relevant, but I encourage you to go and look at what you purchased your homes for and compare that to what it would be today. Use one of the inflation calculators, please, because there's been a drastic inflation, especially with housing in Mount Pleasant. Previous resident mentioned there's so many available rentals, but I actually worked for a property management company before my current job at Middle Michigan Development Corporation, and there's really not as much as you think. And to your note as well of the affordability, the laws of demand and supply immediately go into effect. We have such little vacancy, our rates are able to be higher because they can. They have no other choice. They have nowhere else to go if they want to be able to commute locally for work, if they want to be able to live within the city that they work in. So for middle income buyers like my family, this is a very proactive step, and I really hope that we are able to make some positive change in the city of Mount Pleasant. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We've had 5 speakers at this time. As previously discussed, I was going to be asking if there was for a raise of hands. If at this time, please raise your hand if your views have been reflected by the comments given by one person or another, if you would be so kind. We have hands raised that their views have been reflected. So again, if someone coming up to the microphone this evening has stated something you agree with that's representative of your views on this topic. Okay. Let's see. With that, is there anyone online with hands raised? Director Moore. Gotcha, if you would.
Hello. Hi. My name is Jessica Jernigan. I live at 302 East High Street, and I won't waste too much of anybody's time because a lot of what I would like to say has already been said. I would like to applaud the creativity of everyone involved in trying to make Mount Pleasant more livable and more attractive by expanding the types of housing we can offer. And one thing I want to add is that one thing I've heard tonight is that more and varied housing options are critical to the economic development of Mount Pleasant. But for me, this is also a civic issue. I really feel like we, as the people of Mount Pleasant, as citizens, as engaged citizens, should want for the people who work in Mount Pleasant to be a part of this community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for all the information that's been shared tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any emails, Director Moore? Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. Let's see. We'll move into discussion on the topic. So at this time, members of the commission if there's any discussion that would like to be had, or if there's a motion that would like to be made.
Mayor Wingard,
Yeah.
I just need to comment that ordinances need to be approved by roll call. So we will need to go back to the 221 West Michigan, approve that by roll call. That was an ordinance. And moving forward, these will all need to be approved by roll call, please.
Moving forward, thank you. Let's see. We'll conclude this item and then move back to that vote to redo that vote. Thank you. Let's see. So again, public here, this is on, let's see, the multiple buildings within the same lot, the proposed text change to the table. Personally, again, as has been discussed previously, we need additional housing. We need additional housing options. I am someone who rents within this community. I live in the most as urban as it gets. I live a block from here in a second story. So again, having varied options, I think, is a really great thing. As it's been expressed during the presentation this evening, there are a number of areas within the city where there are duplexes, condominiums that don't currently meet zoning standards as they are. Making this change now doesn't just support the other items that are on the agenda as far as the public hearings go and the rezonings go, but this item also brings other developments up to speed and brings them within city code, which I think is an important item to remember here. See Commissioner Alsager with her hand raised.
Well, it must have been a previous commission that changed the zoning, so we have to undo what they did, I think. Anyhow, I will be voting in support of this ordinance. Or this text change.
All right. Any other discussion, or is there a motion at this time?
Discussion.
If you have other discussion.
I just make a comment, and I, as I said before, I think that there's a lot of things that could happen in our city that will help those that are disadvantaged in terms of housing. They'll help those who have been fortunate enough to get their own houses, but want them protected, to accomplish all those things that we're looking for. But sometimes to squeeze everything into existing codes and then say, here we can allow multiples, and that will solve some of the other problems and also allow things to happen. But it would seem the better avenue might be to come up with some kind of a zone that incentivizes those housing options for missing middle for economically disadvantaged, rather than to say, let's just pass this language change, which allows a lot of improvement, but also it unleashes the thing that takes away, if the developer doesn't want to build those kind of houses, doesn't want to help disadvantaged housing people, then they can always just put up apartment buildings. And I don't think that that's really what we're looking for in the long range.
What do you mean by apartment buildings again, though? Where does apartment buildings change the dynamic for you?
I'm not opposed to apartment buildings. A lot of people in our town live in apartment buildings, but
is it because we're only talking about 2-story buildings here? And to me, when I think apartment buildings, I think over 2 stories. We're only talking about 2-story buildings here.
right.
Okay.
But that solves an opportunity for people to rent places, and that's good because we need rental places. Although I have to say, one of the speakers mentioned before, in our town, and certainly if you include surrounding, there are a lot available. But housing that people look for, the kind of things that professionals look for, is something that's going to tie them here. Even if they rent the house, it's a home, and that's a good thing. And I think when you take away those homes and put them into apartment type buildings, then that's less attractive for everybody. There's, missing middle includes duplexes and things like that. There's nothing wrong with those. That's good. And I think we need all kinds of housing in our community. But just to make this change and ignore the opportunities that this it kind of lifts the restrictions on it. If we could make restrictions on it, that might solve my problem, but we're not making restrictions. We're just going to say we're going to change it from one to multiple.
Just to help direct conversation, there's a bit of a back and forth here.
Yeah.
So, Commissioner Bush, and then,
Well, I want clarity on, I hear a lot of, I think, I feel, and it is important to have those thoughts and have those feelings. But right now I am listening to the facts, and the facts as they have been presented are not, I think that there's a lot of rentals available outside of town in Union Township. The data does not support that. That may be your anecdotal observation of the situation, but am I correct in that is not an accurate assumption that we have data that supports the fact that our community is lacking? So it's not I think there's plenty of apartments. Just go look outside of town. Sometimes we have to listen to the expert, and the experts are giving us data that says, yes, we may feel that this stuff is available, but feelings don't give people a place to live. Taking action gives people a place to live. And I guess I'm confused because the way we have the ordinance right now, theoretically, somebody could put together an apartment complex. The way we have the ordinance now, so we're changing this so that doesn't happen, and it better reflects the type of developments we want in our community. It's like we both want the same things, but it's like we're hearing something different.
Vice Mayor Akai.
I find this discussion quite interesting, and I think we have definitional problems here. In a way, my colleague, Commissioner Bush, has sort of articulated part of what I was about to say, which is that the data we have doesn't support what I'm hearing. It seems to me that there's a lot of fear about a certain type of, building or certain types of buildings. I hear my colleague talk about apartment complexes, but also refer to disadvantaged, accommodation or buildings for disadvantaged people or economically disadvantaged people. I don't think that the presentation we got, or at least the comments from all the other people who have stood up there and talked about the need for accommodation, refers primarily to people who are disadvantaged or economically disadvantaged. The presentation, and I hope that I mean, this is what I heard. I'm going to speak from my own vantage point. What I heard is that we need, first of all, data says we need housing for all sorts of people who work here, people who need low, who are on fixed income. It is a diversity of population that needs accommodation, that needs housing. And so that's a problem. The data that I heard said that if we don't do anything about it, we're going to encounter problems in the future because we'll continue to be faced with an increase in demand, but an inability to address that demand. I think that's what I'm hearing. The information we heard about, the construction of the pocket, I think it's the phrase, right? Didn't say that it was going to be designated primarily for people who are low income or disadvantaged. And I'm having problems because I think part of what I'm hearing is and I don't want to say it's a distortion. It's an imposition of our own misunderstanding of what these buildings look like or what they constitute or who needs these, who needs the accommodation on what we're hearing. And then it's affecting the way we're responding to, at least, the responses I'm hearing. I am concerned that the reality says to us something else. we've got a critical moment, we have an urgency for accommodation, but we're not really addressing that. As I said earlier, this is my second term on this commission. From the very first year that I sat on this commission, we have talked about this over and over and over. It's more than 4 years now. Where are we going? Are we going to talk about this for another 4 years? Another 12 years? Well, I'm not going to be here for 12 years, but are we going to continue to talk about this without resolving it? I did say earlier that, yes, I do have people, faculty, staff at CMU who said to me that they couldn't find a place to live here because it was out of their reach. It was out of their reach because we don't have the availability. Okay? I know several people who decided not to live in this city because they had to go somewhere else. It wasn't that they didn't want to live in Mount Pleasant, it's just that we don't have the kinds of accommodation or, build, homes that they could afford. A house, 2 houses next to me sold within less than 1 week. And the prices went up several times. My friends sent me text saying, oh my God, we were looking at this in 24 hours. It's gone. What happened? I went to look for a house. Actually, I went to look at a house for a friend. It sold within 48 hours. Okay. So we're talking about housing problems. And if the proposal says, okay, let's modify what we have right now to one, make whatever, people who are out of compliance come into compliance with what we want, I think it's a good idea. If the proposal says, let's open it up to make it possible for us to address the need that the city itself has, so that people at least can live here, I think we ought to consider that. I just want to, I want us to be realistic and to look at the options available to us. I'm done.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I'm jet lagged, just so you know. So if I'm just going on, I just flew across the Atlantic 2 times to come here. So I am jet lagged.
Other members of the commission, Commissioner Rollins, any comment on this topic?
Sure. Okay, so 4 years ago, I had my current house built. And that was right after COVID, and the cost of it was approaching, with everything, $250,000. We really don't have the luxury of time, especially with the way the economy is going and inflation, to really be talking for another 1 to 2 years about building housing and whatnot. We're past the point where we should be done talking about it and actually taking action. Rents aren't getting any cheaper. Cost of living is going up exponentially for a lot of us. We really need to take action at this point. And from someone who's had a house built, I can't even imagine the property owner or the developer, their costs of what it's going to take to build affordable housing at this point for everyone. I mean, we can mitigate that cost right now by just taking action. And even if they decide to build whatever housing formulation, whether it's bungalows or apartments or whatnot, they still have to go through the permitting process with the city.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever it is that may come up as an obstacle, like traffic or the impact of traffic on the area, we still have ordinances that address that. Noise complaints, we have ordinances to address that. I think that rather than operate from a position of fear, we need to embrace progress and change because this is not going to get any easier. And I think as a community, we will be missing out on what the possibilities may be if we just keep talking about it and not do anything about it.
Thank you. Commissioner Perschbacher, any comment at this time? With that, I would entertain a motion from the commission at this time. Commissioner Alsager.
I move we approve text change 25-01.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Eke. Yep, so those voting in favor of the motion, and we will do a roll call vote on this. Thank you, Deputy Clerk Wixon. Would be voting in favor of text change TC 2501. So with that,
Discussion after the motion.
yes. Commissioner Zane?
I too will be voting in favor of this thing based on what the city planner is telling us, what my fellow commissioners are saying. I say that with a word of caution because the intent, as described to us, is to facilitate multiple kinds of housing that's going to help our community grow. And I certainly hope that my vote doesn't just put a rubber stamp on developers using this as an option to get around all those other things that we need and want to build what they want for the sake of optimizing profits. It is important that we make headway on these kind of things, but we need to look at what's happening. And later we'll be talking about individual neighborhoods and things that we can do as a commission to address these issues. But I think it was important that I explain my vote.
Any other comments before the roll call vote is called? With that, Deputy Clerk Wixon.
Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Commissioner Alsager,
Yes.
Commissioner Perschbacher,
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang,
Yes.
Commissioner Rollins.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Eke,
Yes.
Mayor Wingard.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Without objection or looking to see if there's any objection to returning to item number 20, again, to get the proper roll call votes as previously requested by Deputy Clerk Wixon. Oh, yeah.
Just a moment.
I believe our attorney here is about to instruct us.
Yeah, so actually a roll call vote's not technically required. Not under your city code or your city charter or the Zoning Enabling Act for that matter. What your code does say, and this is under section 30.09, talks about voting upon questions. And it says all votes shall be taken by yeas and nays except for nominations to fill the mayor and vice mayor positions. The vote shall be so entered upon the journal as to show the names of those voting in the affirmative and in the negative. If the vote is unanimous, the record need merely so state. And so that prior vote was unanimous. You can take a roll call on every matter if you so desired, but it's not technically required, particularly where there's a unanimous vote.
Gotcha. So if there's the anticipation that a vote might not be unanimous, just maybe call the roll call in that case, or
Either that, or there would be a clarification of those voting yay versus nay, and then it would be sort of ferreted out from that.
okay. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. With that, it sounds like we don't need to return to item number 20. So we will advance to item number 22, which is public hearing on Z2503 Cross Lane Street, City of Mount Pleasant. Request to rezone the properties from CD3 Suburban Character District to CD4 General Urban Character District with the residential dwelling use only special permit special requirements. And I would just like to also give just a quick reminder that Director Pawadiko, I apologize, is a member of staff, and she is giving us updates on the information that we are discussing and the items before the commission. That is why she goes for a bit longer than the 5 minutes, because there's a lot of details to cover on this. But it's important that we get that update so we know exactly what it is we are discussing and debating in this evening. But again, everyone will have the opportunity to speak who so wishes. And with that, I give it over to the director.
All right, so the third public hearing tonight is Z2503, a city-led rezoning of 12 acres located on cross lanes from CD3 Suburban Character District to CD4 General Urban Character District with the residential dwelling unit only special requirement. In other words, just so everybody's on the same page, we are not going to be allowing commercial uses from the use table in the ordinance. The sites are currently vacant, and if the rezoning is approved, the city will be able to seek partnerships and apply for infrastructure and housing development grants to aid with the construction of attainable owner-occupied housing units, as well as affordable rental units. So when looking at the adjacent land uses, we have commercial properties to the north of the site along Pickard, and then we have within Union Township, and zone for retail and services. So that portion on the north along Pickard is under township. We also have McGuire Elementary School onto the east, which allows for civic uses in the Union Township designation, as well as single-family units. And to the south, within the township as well, they allow for multiple family residential on the southeast, so kitty corner of that. Then we have single-family residences to the south and zone CD3L within the city limits, and duplexes and single-family residences to the west, zoned CD3. These are the conditions of the site viewed from cross lanes looking northwest. So the fence that you see here is the fence from the school's property. And then the area with a lot of trees and vegetation is the vacant parcels. This is a view of the end of Manor Lane, looking east to the unpaved cul-de-sac, where Manor Lane would extend should the site ever be developed. This is the current and proposed zoning designation, which will go from only allowing single-family homes and duplexes pursuant to a special use permit, as well as accessory dwelling units pursuant to a special use permit under the CD3, to CD4 on the right, which would allow the whole range of mixed and middle housing typologies, as previously mentioned, pocket neighborhoods, bungalow communities, townhomes, fourplexes, and small multiple family buildings. This is the existing and proposed zoning map. And now to go through the review criteria. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the master plan's future land use map designation of attached residential, which assigns also in the master plan attached residential designations to CD4. Item 2, the sites seem to be flat. We looked at EPA's environmental mapper and RIDE mapper, and they both passed air, water, and land contamination and environmental contamination screening. So there are no basically leaking underground storage tank sites, no underground storage tank facilities. The site has been vacant. The site is also not within the floodplain. And for any type of future development, should we consider or imagine that if we do think that could be environmental contamination, the planning department and commissions can continue to have the ability to request future developers to supply additional documentation, such as an environmental impact statement. For item 3, the current CD3 designation limits development to single-family detached homes, as I mentioned. So the rezoning will enable the construction of all the building types that we talked about. And then I'll just clarify, and I got a question from a community member that made me put this talking point here. Basically, the grants that we are looking at, they come with a requirement that units be affordable and attainable. So there is, for the developer one, in case we do get a nonprofit organization or a developer to apply, there is a minimum requirement of 20% of households to be for folks earning less than 60% AMI. And then for the infrastructure grant, at least half of the units must be up to 120 AMI. So just to give some examples, I have here for a single person household, 60% AMI will be $33,000 a year. That's a HUD number that comes with the rent requirements. Those, when we look at database for who earns that much, we see school teachers, retail salespersons, medical assistants, crossing guards. And then the moderate middle income earners, so up to 120 AMI, a one-person household will be earning no more than $67,000 a year. Those are folks like school teachers, social workers, firefighters, and real estate managers. So that will be the majority of the population being served if we get grants. And then market rate can be a component of that too, taking care of the higher income brackets for housing production. So number 4, the sites are located next to the school, adjacent to Pickard and less than 1 mile from Mission Street. Denser forms of housing development can better provide affordable and attainable housing while being close to essential services and amenities. The sites here are large enough to accommodate at least 3 city blocks. Item 5, the site is located within an area that is already fully served by the city's infrastructure, including public water, sanitary sewer, stormwater systems, roadways, and emergency vehicles. And then to be able to access the site, since the site is large, we would be applying for MISHDA, My Neighborhood Program, to build the public services that I just mentioned. And then per email from the Department of Public Works, we did a very quick schematics just to see how much units we would be fitting in the site. And with the number provided, the systems would have the capacity to support the additional density. So we are likely not going to be maximizing density. We would be reaching around 80 units in 12 acres due to the types of developments that we're mostly interested in developing here. Again, it doesn't make sense for us to go do business on the types of developments that we have too much of, which are the large apartment complexes that serve students. And instead, we're focusing on the types of developments that we don't have, that we see a market for, because we want to be successful. Item 6, there is a growing demand for more housing options for long-term residents. So due to increased infrastructure and housing development costs, new housing needs to be kept affordable, and therefore denser forms of development can more easily achieve that. Item 6, the site has the potential for adding the city blocks that I mentioned. So we already have street approaches that we would be connecting to, allowing us to create the blocks and lot structures as per the zoning ordinance requirements. So it's sizable enough for that. And then on the next slide, the farm-based ordinance aims to keep the number of districts as low in a way to simplify rules and regulations. I mentioned that again because I also got questions regarding why we don't create another zoning district. And the reason being that we are, 1, certified with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, that does require us to be easy. So we need to be flexible yet prescriptive on the ordinance in a way that allows us to go directly to as-of-right developments. So we have a code that's very detailed that regulates the CD4 designation, which is the designation for missing middle housing. And then it comes with all those design requirements to ensure quality of that neighborhood that's going to be created in this particular site. So item 9, it's not applicable since the rezoning is to accommodate other building types and not change in uses. And then item 10, the proposed rezoning of the site will not result in an isolated or unplanned spot zone, as it is supported by the master plan, helps achieve the city's housing goals, and is an extension of the land use located to the southeast of the site and supports commercial uses to the north. Item 11, no rezonings were proposed in the last year. And item 12, no other factors were required by the commissions at this time. So moving along, this is the compilation of the master plan goals and objectives and how the proposed rezoning meets that. And then this is a summary of the staff analysis. We believe that the proposed rezoning will enable denser yet contextual forms of housing development in this area, in alignment with the master plan future land use goals. The sizable land is one of the few areas located within the city limits that provides the potential for Mount Pleasant to grow and help tackle the housing shortage pointed out by the state and regional housing needs reports. And then the next, I have some statistics here, but those came from the state housing needs assessment that was done in 2021, I think. And now the numbers I shared are more recent. So that's why I shared the ones that are more recent. The proposed city for designation allows for a variety of housing types, especially those classified as missing middle, which means that the range of building types will fall between single family and large buildings, apartment buildings, and units that have historically been and still are able to provide more attainable housing options to middle income households. The magic here with missing middle is that oftentimes, if rules are correct, missing middle housing does not require cities to add matching funds. So we have developers, one tonight and maybe others in the future, that are going to be coming to build without asking for grants, neither from the state or the city, which is interesting. And that's why there's a whole effort on the nation to encourage missing middle housing construction in the planning field. So all of that. All right, so I do have more information here. So as I mentioned before, also in the Mission Street Improvement Plan and Master Plan presentations, we are seeing an increase in long-term residents in the city, particularly between 30 and 44 years old. We call those households as family formation households. And so in talking with the housing partners, we're particularly interested in startup homes for families for the site. And then we are also interested in seniors. So we are partnering with Habitat. In Habitat, they have other habitats in the state that have been doing senior housing. So they are exploring that and potentially tailoring it to seniors as well as part of the development. The proximity to commercially zoned land on Pickard will help support existing businesses and maybe more businesses to come to the area. And more residents in the area helps spur more services in the immediate area, overall contributing to a more walkable environment to current and future residents. And then last, the city is unable to apply for grants prior zoning approval. So the first deadline we have is September 17, should we find a developer that can build. Otherwise, we are waiting until October for MISHDA to release the two programs in parallel, the infrastructure and the housing development. And then we will look with our housing partners and find others developers that may be interested to apply for both at the same time. So with all of that, we can't be competitive enough if we're not zone ready. So that's why the rezoning is coming now before we have any visuals or anything to share with you. So before getting into the recommended action, there is a different number of votes that we're going to need to get to a yes. So we would need at least 5 out of 7. So majority is not going to be what we need for this motion to pass. The reason is because we got just last night at midnight a petition from residents in opposition to this rezoning. So luckily I was able to get our intern, so kudos to him, and our city manager's office to help with this map. So basically per state law and the local zoning ordinance, if we get more than 20% of land area within 100 feet buffer from the site of the rezoning, of folks who oppose through a protest petition, then it bumps the vote from 4 to 5 as minimum. So that's what we need for it to pass. And if we don't, then if we get 4, then it's going to be denied. And so that concludes my presentation. The Planning Commission recommends that the City Commission adopts the proposed zoning map amendment Z2503 for the 2 vacant properties located across Lane Street. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Alsager, questions for staff?
Well, this isn't critical for the decision. It's just a point of interest, but I know Mary McGuire School is in Union Township, correct?
Yes.
And then what about, I see Beach Street. Is that city or township?
Township too.
Oh, okay. So the only other undeveloped city property would be the, I'm going to point on your map. Like
So
kind of southeast of
I see. Yeah, so there are
that
those
city property.
condos over there in the township area. So immediately across that street, there is available land for development in Union Township.
Oh, it's in Union Township. Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Zhang.
Now, on that last map, that buffer zone, is that outside of that development area, or is that inside the development area? I don't,
Outside, so for the petition to pass the threshold, we get the property boundary and then do 100-foot buffer, which is all the yellow area
Outside.
outside of the property boundary. And then whatever adjacent parcels it captures, so all the purple ones are the folks who submitted the protest petition against the proposal, all the purple ones. We look at the purple land area in comparison to the overall yellow shaded area. And then the yellow shaded area excludes public owned sites. So it excludes the public school, excludes the streets. So when we did the math, it came over 20%. I think it's 31%. There's a table in the back of your.
so that's just saying that it takes a supermajority.
Yes.
Okay. Earlier you said the affordability, $33,000 a year. They were going to provide rental units for that amount of money.
So at least for us to get grants approved, we would need to have at least 20% of the units having rent as low as 30% off $33,000 for one-person households.
And that will be for the life of what is built there, or is that for a period of time?
There is a period of time, if I recall correctly, it's around 20 years that it needs to be capped affordable.
Now, do we anticipate that the development there will be houses or rental property?
So a mix. The goal is to have a variety of building types and types of tenant. So it can be renters and can be owner occupied. The 3 partners that I spoke with thus far that are engaged is Housing Commission, Listening Ear. They work mostly with rentals and low income, so less than 60% up to 80% AMI for rentals. And then the Habitat for Humanity folks are focused on owner-occupied housing up to 120% AMI. And they are the ones mostly engaged, actually really wanting to develop. They got the grant last year for 1 house, and they didn't have the ability to apply for more than 1 building at a time. And then city staff now, we have a new grant coordinator. The partnership will be for the grant coordinator to manage the grant application should Habitat receive the grant. So Habitat is focused on owner-occupied housing, and they are the main partners on this one.
Just to clarify one other comment that we made, it's currently zoned CD3.
Yes.
CD3 allows that missing middle housing in the form of duplexes. While not as dense, it's still allowable under CD3.
Some of it, yes.
I just want to make sure that we understand.
Yes, so we allow duplexes pursuant to a special use permit, so it still has to go through a public hearing and planning commission. And we allow accessory dwelling units, so little homes behind a principal residence. Those are allowed under CD3.
Gotcha. Vice Mayor Ake, did you have a question? No. Okay. Any other commissioners with questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Bush?
Can you tell me what is in place when considering, develop, like if this property, if we voted to approve if we got a grant, we had a attractive looking development that could potentially, support the housing of 300, 400 residents, right? Some residents have concerned, have said, well, the roads can't handle that, or the school can't handle that. So but I'd like to believe that there's things in place that obviously they're not going to build a building if there's not going to be enough, traffic to support that area. What things are in place to make sure those concerns are addressed?
Absolutely. So all of that in terms of city's infrastructure and how much it can support is done through our work with the Department of Public Works. So here in Mount Pleasant, let's say this particular rezoning is approved. We have the CD4 designation. We know what rules apply. Let's say we don't do anything. A developer comes in and say, I want to do a new subdivision for this amount of units. The process is they schedule a pre-application meeting with our team. So through the planning department, we get a time on the calendar. And then we always have, as part of that, Department of Public Works through the city engineer, Stacy Tiwari, Brad Dopiker, our fire marshal, building safety, Brian Kench, and then we may bring others to the table. Let's say we are involving grant applications. We could bring MMDC or the city manager's office as well. Once that meeting happens, we're going to look at the number of proposed units at the site plan level. The Department of Public Works will conduct calculations to verify if the existing street infrastructure, what are the counts and how much more traffic it can handle. Then it's going to look at sewer, water, drainage, all of that. Depending on the proposal, we may have to say, even though zoning allows for 35 dwelling units per acre, this site with the public utilities we have can only be 420 max. So then the development gets capped at that time when we do all the science behind it. The reason why rezonings, we don't have all those perfect mathematics for all of you is because we don't have a precise development that we're talking about. We're talking simply about the framework.
Other questions for staff at this time? Not seeing any. We'll then, thank you. Yeah. We'll open up to public comments. Let's see. So at this time, if you have public comment to give on the rezoning, the Z2503 Cross Lane Street proposed rezoning request, please step up to the mic. You'll be given 5 minutes. You'll ask to state your name and address. If you are planning on giving comments, if you could make sure you line up, the queue helps us keep things moving along this evening. But again, you have 5 minutes. Please.
Hello, my name is Keith McDonald. I live at 417 East Grand Avenue. About 75 yards from the parcel on Cross Lanes that we're discussing tonight. And, I think Commissioner Zhang, I think you hit the nail on the head as I've talked to my neighbors in that parcel and you've seen those properties highlighted in pink on the map. I think, the proposed rezoning provides an option that, as you mentioned, can be a runaway freight train. And I think as I've heard more information on this and heard from the director, and you talk about planning, the thing I think has been absent from this is the conflict that an option like that, like a large apartment complex, and Commissioner Bush, I will only say, I think West Point Village is one of the biggest apartments in the Mount Pleasant area, and it's 2 stories, and there are many more that are like that. And so I think 12 acres would clearly support a very large apartment complex. I think as I've spoken to my neighbors in the neighborhood, I think that's the concern is, my address that I gave you an introduction, that's been my permanent residence for nearly 53 years. And I'm not much older than that. And, so I've seen all the development. I've seen, you mentioned Beaupre condominiums earlier. I walked by that on the way home from school when it was a horse farm at the corner of Broadway and Russell. It extended all the way up to Chippewa Street. It's some extension, I think, of Rosewood that's east of East Drive now, south of Mary McGuire School. I don't know exactly what it's called. So I've seen that development. And of course, the whole neighborhood on East and West Grand, north of Cross Lanes. And, so I think the thing about those items that has worked through all of it, I've seen them from introduction, from execution to their present impact, has been, congruency with the existing neighborhood. And I think, you know, the array of options presented under rezoning, like as is being proposed, it's not something you can control. And I think the thing that I don't get the impression that the planning commission or that the director has mentioned at all is the conflict with an investor in or owner of that property, which very simply is looking for return on capital. And, you know, the logical support from a return on capital analysis perspective suggests, and I think the director has mentioned this, maximizing or optimizing occupancy, putting the most people in that space, however, whatever unit of measure you want to use per square, what are we talking, acre or square foot, however you want to gauge it. But I think, you know, that is very obviously and very naturally the objective of investors and owners in property. I don't think that the owner of that property, the track record doesn't suggest that they'll donate the property or anything like that. And I'm very familiar with Habitat for Humanity, and I agree with, and I have empathy for everything on both sides that's been said. But I think all of the development in any direction around the adjacent or established neighborhoods and the earliest parcels in there, you're talking about a neighborhood that was established in the 60s, you know, and everything that's been around there has had an element of congruency that would work with it. And while I think pocket neighborhoods maybe achieve that, as you could mention, like Rosewood, it looks just like that. And that type of, but what you have there is a congruency with the existing neighborhoods. And the latest development, as you talk about East Grand and West Grand, those are higher value homes than those that were built in the 60s. And I think you just have to be very cognizant, very careful to establish a zoning that you know, potentially reduces the value of those homes. Because while you're thinking of and I have a child who graduated from college 5 years ago, went and moved away and worked and was enticed back to Mount Pleasant and earns just about at that mean income that was mentioned earlier. Came back to Mount Pleasant and found housing very easily and from a rental perspective. But I think you have to also think about the person who's lived in that neighborhood for 30 years and maybe made the last payment on their mortgage and has pridefully lived in that neighborhood. And you have an option within the rezoning that clearly doesn't present any degree of congruency with what exists there now. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you spoke of the potential for a runaway freight train with this rezoning, at least from the concern of the neighboring homes that I've talked to. I think it's even been a little bit, as I've seen the description of it, I think it's misrepresentative to say that the adjacent properties to the west are duplexes and residential. There's 27 single-family homes there and 4 duplexes. And I just think stuff like that's misleading. And I think to do something like this, I think you need much better transparency. And I think you have to make sure that it works and is congruent with the existing neighborhoods. I think that's really important. So to be clear, I'm expressing an objection to the rezoning proposal.
Thank you. Your time. Before you begin, real quick, when you hit 30, when I have 30 seconds left for you, I'll raise my hand up. I want to make sure I just give you that space there.
I'm not going to talk for 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
We're good. All right. My name is Andrew Zimmer. My wife Erin and I have lived at 517 East Grand Avenue since 2003. We were very excited to move into our neighborhood, and that is, as you clearly heard, 27 single-family homes and then the 4 duplexes. We've appreciated the sense of community that we feel living in that neighborhood. Our 2 children were incredibly fortunate to be able to live in such a great place to grow up. They had the opportunity to make lots of friends in the neighborhood, and Erin and I knew that they could safely walk to their friends' houses and they could safely walk to school each morning without the traffic that will be here for this. As was presented earlier, your examples of the pocket neighborhoods looked really nice. But they had one thing in common. They were all very well planned in advance. And that's what made them look successful. But the rezoning request that you are looking at today does not call for this well-planned, thought-out neighborhood. It is not owned by the city. It would just be the parcels opened up individually. And the density increase in our neighborhood would not encourage people to leave their cars behind, that was said earlier. because there is not walkable businesses to truly sustain your life. I walked over a mile to Meyer today. Most people would not want to be able to have to do that. They would use their cars. And then when they're using their cars, that is increasing a lot of traffic into our neighborhood, and that is not safe for the children that are there. So we're very concerned about this rezoning. Future generations of families in our neighborhood will not have the safety that we have enjoyed all of these years. I'm a public school teacher living in the neighborhood. We are able to afford it. And I understand that grants are incredibly important to pay for projects, but they should not be at the expense of the safety and well-being of the current community members. If the council tonight decides to vote in favor of changing the rezoning, you are just showing all of us that you care more about money than the people in the community that you are supposed to represent. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barbara Sanford. I live at 525 West Grand. And I think I have a little bit of a unique perspective on this because we talk a lot about people commuting to work here and not living here. And that was me from 2012 until 2021 when we purchased our house. And I will tell you, it wasn't the lack of housing that made me not want to move here. We lived in Saginaw. It was a really vibrant community. It was me and my husband. We're close to all of those areas that there's a lot of nightlife. There's many restaurants. That's not the same here in Mount Pleasant, and I can say that. It's a wonderful community. I love it. I'm glad that we have moved here, but I just want to point that out. What made us move here? We had a child, and the thought of an hour commute was no longer one that I was able to handle to be away from him. So everything I'm going to tell you is kind of from my perspective as a mother, and not everybody has that. And I would also like to point out, this is something that I teach my child. He's 5. He's a feral wild child. He has fits. We can feel two things at the same time. So I very much understand. I'm a public librarian. I see everyone in this community. Sometimes it's a great time and sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to deal with. So I understand that there are housing issues. I recognize that. I recognize the affordability. But as Andy was pointing out, I also think it is very important to pay attention to the people who have chosen to live in this neighborhood. When we were moving here, it was very important to me to have a quiet neighborhood. Yes, I saw the vacant area over there, assumed it would be developed. I did not assume it would be something high density. So that is my main concern, traffic and the schools and things like that. And I understand that we are trying to have these reassurances. Oh, we've thought about this. Of course we've thought about this. But as a parent, I need more of those, oh, I've thought about it. My husband and I have decided to try to get our son into Ganyard simply because I have worked with all of the schools. I see how crowded Poland is. I see the traffic going into Mary McGuire. It's important to me to have that atmosphere for my child. So I don't understand. Yes, we've thought about the schools. Have you really thought about with Poland? One of the people who signed the petition does work in the school and said, I don't understand where all of these children would suddenly go. We're at capacity now. And again, another issue that I keep hearing is rents versus owner occupied. So what do you want? Do you want both? Speaking of the bungalow courts, my brother is actually staying with us from California. He lives in a bungalow court. He has no sense of community with his neighborhood. And of course, that's going to vary all over the place. But his rent in just a few years has increased from $1,700 to $2,400. Of course, not saying that's going to happen here. But again, I'm just really looking for those reassurances, as Andy mentioned, that we, the people who have chosen to live in this neighborhood, are going to have the same consideration that you are trying to get new people into the city to pay the taxes that we are already paying. So that's all I have to say.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Lammers and I live at 516 West Grand Avenue. My backyard backs up against this empty lot, and when we moved here, I was very grateful that it was empty. Although, again, I, as our other neighbors have said, assumed that it would be developed at some point. My dream since I've moved there is that it would become a park. So although I hear the great need that we have, and I'm very happy for there to be homes to build there, I would like to, my 2 cents would be to encourage there to be, a park as part of this community, if it is planned out, to at least save 1 acre of the property to be, I have 3 small children, and there is no park on this side of Mission, that we can walk to besides the 2 elementary schools, Poland and Mary McGuire, to play at. So if we do want to increase, the walkability, that has been mentioned, before, no matter how many houses are built and the density that there is, I would encourage, part of the planning to consider some space, for an area to, if we do want more families to live there, to have a place to play and walk, to, just have a nice, peaceful community. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you.
Hello, hi, everyone. My name is Fabian. I live at 602 West Broomfield Street. I'm here as a private citizen, and if you haven't caught that, 602 Broomfield Street is where the college dorms at. I have a small family, and due to the lack of housing options within the city, we have to live in the student dorms. I'm not sure if there was a lot of renters that came up to express how hard it is to find any type of options to live in this city, especially when you're first starting out. But I just wanted to give some insight about that. The dangers of also kicking the can down or further down the road is that I grew up in Chino, California. It's located in Southern California. Our predominant form of housing was single-family homes. If you look at a map, Google Maps, you can see from Santa Monica Beach all the way to the border of the Mojave Desert, it is nothing but single-family homes, and we had the lowest amount of per capita housing that accommodated for multiple families to dwell in. If I wanted to go back to live at my old town, it would be $2,000 for a single studio apartment. And if I wanted to purchase a home, my old childhood home is now worth $850,000. I am here in favor of this motion because I know how hard that finding affordable housing could be, since I've known many people my age who have experienced the same issue with finding affordable housing. And I want to also one day be able to have a savings, be able to afford past just paying 60% of our income into housing and the rest being sucked away through groceries, insurance. We just want to make sure that others also have a chance at getting the same thing we see other folks here have. So I urge the commission to vote yes on the proposal.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience at this time would like to give public comment?
It's your 5.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else. Let's see.
There's somebody coming.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. Appreciate the hustle.
Yes, Mike Roethlisberger, 500 West Grand. We live right on the corner of West Grand and Cross Lanes, but we were for several years. In fact, the committee or the commission at the time gave my wife and I a plaque. But we, for 13 years here in town, ran the Haunted Yard on Lansing Street. And we eventually retired. But we still love Halloween. Well, one of the things when we decided, just because of the neighborhood, we had a lot of vandalism, that's why we stopped doing the Haunted Yard. And when we started looking to move, because of where we were living, we found our home we live at, 500 West Grand. And one of the reasons why, first of all, we love the neighborhood. As Mr. McDonald said, the congruency of having this. And if you go back to the data, if they could pull up the one slide, it said up to 700 renters that could go into this area, as well as some single housing. So picture 700 people coming into that small area in the roads. But the reason why we moved there is because we like the area. And my wife and I, the first year or two, we, because of our haunted yard, we thought, okay, we'll just put a couple things out in our yard for the neighbors. And then now it's turned into, we don't do what we did before as far as allowing people to go through our yard, but we do have an extensive Halloween display that we put up, and I believe all of our neighbors have welcomed us. They've loved having it there. This past year, I believe, just because we've kind of kept track, we had over 1,000 kids walk in that cul-de-sac on Halloween night. Think about the safety of having that many more people in that area. And so it really changes, it will definitely change the dynamics of our neighborhood. But we are now back doing Halloween because we love it and because we love that community. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Director Moore, are there any raised hands?
There were no raised hands, but I did want to mention, we did receive an email from the resident at 418 East Grand Avenue, Mr. Luke Wargas. He voices, and I think all of you received this email as well, but he voices opposition to the zoning change.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing on Z2503 Cross Lane Street. And we'll move into discussion or a motion by the commission at this time. Is there any discussion from the commission? Commissioner Zhang?
There was a lot said today, and I want to, last speaker talked about the fact that he needs that affordable housing rental, and I surmised that his goal was eventually to be able to buy a house, and of course, that's what we're comparing or battling with here, is that protection for the neighborhood where they have bought a house and rental housing or whatever gets put there. And if affordable housing, the missing middle housing, the low income housing, Section 8 housing, affordable single family homes, tiny home communities, and so on, are what we feel is important in Mount Pleasant, why is there such an effort to create, to cater to apartment owners and renters, people that rent? Apartment owners are an important part of our community. Not only are we a university town, but a big part of our population rents because that's what they can afford to live without a down payment to buy. Having said that, I stand for the protection of the neighborhoods. For many people, a single family home or duplex is a dream, an aspiration, a goal. They long for their own yard, albeit small. They long for the privacy not afforded in apartment living. They know the financial advantage of building equity and owning a home. Budding entrepreneurs, business people, future developers, for them, single-family homes provide an investment opportunity, an affordable investment in an asset which maintains the houses in the neighborhood. The city is a zone community to protect that asset. When you finally save enough to buy your own home, you don't want a liquor store or manufacturing plant to move in next door to you. You want to live in the neighborhood you moved into. We have to be careful to ensure that neighborhoods are influenced by the neighbors in that neighborhood, not a master plan that was not voted on and is generally created by people who do not live in that neighborhood. It would be easy for a person, me included, to say, no big deal. I don't live there. It doesn't affect me directly. If neighbors don't like it, let them move. Well, I live in a neighborhood and I'm acting now as if the subject neighborhood was my neighborhood. I can tell you this doesn't seem right. The commission has the authority to change the zoning. Once done, the residents can do nothing about it. They get what the zoning allows. Once zoned, it doesn't matter whether one person or 5,000 object. Builders can build what the area is zoned for. Let me digress long enough to tell you a true story about the current administration's view of missing middle housing and residential housing. When I got on the commission, I asked the city manager to hold a joint meeting with the planning commission. The planning commission had just prior to my becoming a commissioner voted unanimously to request a meeting to discuss what to do with PRD land. PRD is planned residential development. It is land formally agreed to be used only for residential development. I truly hope that the meeting with the planning commission would get us thinking along the same line. Think of the possibilities if one of the city's largest parcels of undeveloped land could be used for all the forms of housing we have been talking about. Even though was the planning commission who voted to request the meeting, and my request as the city commissioners to do that, the meeting was not held. It was decided that waiting until I was off the commission would increase the chances of allowing property designated as residential development to be used for something else. Don't matter what else, just as long as it's not residential. In the future will verify what I say. After I'm gone, the planned residential development designated will go away. The same tactics will be used to convince city commissioners. It will be argued that the adjacent landowners will build more housing and will even mislead citizens in the city commission to try to convince them that CMU property will be changed to residential zoning to accommodate housing. It doesn't matter that the goal it's to do away with residential housing. I've told you that story because the city commission remains the only check to the city administration. It is clear the city administration prefers apartment/rental development over single family houses and duplexes, and are making efforts to change zoning to better facilitate that effort. Remember, if you can build apartments and rental property, then at least build something that that doesn't hurt the residential neighborhoods. Residents should judge the city administration and the city commission by their action. Watch how we vote. Listen to our rationale for our vote. I hope the people in every neighborhood see how we treat this neighborhood and imagine if it was their neighborhood. Let me talk briefly about the future. Some would say there's a need for missing middle housing in the future. It should be deciding factor in deciding what neighborhoods look like. They will point to the master plan as the undisputable reason why change to missing middle is required. The claim is that the master plan says that it is wise to do away with neighborhoods as we know them now because the missing middle housing. In the future, remember, missing middle housing is already allowed in the neighborhood under current zoning. The city planner has suggested alternative types of single-family neighborhoods. I think these are wonderful ideas, but I suggest we let the planning commission discuss what they want it to look like and suggest the changes to the zoning ordinance to allow that to happen. Changing current zoning might allow this to happen, but it will steer us in the direction because the suggested zoning also allows apartments/rental buildings, which are more beneficial to developers. I think I'm suggesting to this commission that we look to accommodate all those kind of housing that we spoke of earlier. But while we're doing it, look to protect the neighborhoods where people have invested in their houses and maintain those that opportunity for future homeowners so that we can be a community that has all these diverse housing options.
Speaking on this, especially since the discussion of the Crawford Broomfield property, which you had brought up. Again, yeah, large chunk of property on the south side of town, southwest corner. And that there was the planned rezoning that was put forward in November of last year. As I recall, you weren't on the commission at the time. No. We voted down that proposal. I voted down that proposal in large part because of the lobbying that you specifically had to me. Like you made that connection to me, Commissioner Zhang. Again, you used your voice and you lobbied me, and I agreed with you, and that's the reason I ultimately voted down, is because I felt it seriously deviated from the design of the master plan to a degree that I couldn't support. That is why I voted down that proposal. And so I look at this proposal right now, and I see, in my mind, as we discussed, missing middle housing and a limitation of land to expand into, honestly, and to develop. I think it was Mr. Skolitsky earlier in the evening who pointed out that we can't make more land. The reason that we're not talking about putting in expansive, like, single-family housing developments is because we don't have the space to do that, to accommodate such a population or to truly accommodate such a development. When we look at changes that we're implementing now, these changes are going to be here for the next 50 years. There was a gentleman, wasn't able to mark down the name, who bought his home 50 years ago. 50 years ago, our city looked much different than it does today. And 50 years from now, it will continue to look much different from what it is today. It will not be the same city. And hopefully, my hope, because I will be voting in support of this motion, my hope is that we're able to create spaces in the city where more people are able to come and stay within our community, where people are welcome and able to build and develop that family life here. And that will come in a variety of factors. And again, people will move into the city, they'll move into Union Township, which will likely develop more and more as a suburb, but we, again, are landlocked. There are very limited places that we can develop large, expansive housing. And so eventually, I mean, the practicality of the matter does necessitate we build more densely to create more walkable neighborhoods. I think, again, one of your chief concerns, as we've talked about the master plan, or not the master plan, excuse me, the capital improvement plan over the past several months, has been the demand for repairs to infrastructure. The further we spread people out, the further we decentralize people, the greater strain that is on our road system, the greater strain that is on our water system, the greater strain that is on sidewalks. Again, when we spread people out to large degrees, again, we have to spend more and more all the time. Costs start to outweigh what we're able to keep up with. By, again, creating opportunities to bring people closer together, we can, like, better address costs, because suddenly, rather than worrying about 20 additional miles of road, we only continue to have to worry about that one bit of road right there, just that one neighborhood section. I think there's a whole lot of reasons. I think there's accusations leveled at the commission about, it's all just about the money. I don't think that's the case. I think costs are always a concern. Again, inflation, everyone knows there's tariffs being applied. The cost of building anything is going up, and it will continue to go up. The cost of building a home 50 years ago was much lower than it is today. Cost of building a home now is exponentially more. And again, 10, 20, 30 years from now, the cost of building that home will have increased once again exponentially. Again, doing developments of this kind open up a lot of potential. And that, and in this specific case, that is what I feel staff is coming to us with is, again, we are leading the rezoning. There isn't a specific proposal yet. We don't know what what the specific design of this area will look like at this time, but we will address those proposals when they come up. And we're again, by the members of the public coming forward now, by this debate that we're having, we're helping shape what we are expecting to see down the line to that future development. Because what we say now does shape later on what we're able to do. We know that there's residents out here who care a lot about this, and they're going to hold us to the fact that, well, we're saying we want to create a diverse neighborhood. That's what everyone in this crowd is hearing us say right now. They're all hearing us say we want to create a diverse neighborhood that supports walkable neighborhoods for families. That's what we're looking to. And if we fail in that mission, then people will hold us to that. People will remember that. And again, that will shape what developments we can put forward. All of us live in this community as well. All of us care deeply about the developments here. It shapes what we're able to do. Again, I rent. The woman at the bank who helps people balance their checkbooks, she rents. My friend who works at the library, she rents. There's nurses, there's professors, teachers, and some are able to afford homes. Some aren't. I'm not able to afford a home right now. That's just a matter of fact. I cannot afford a home at this point in time. So that is the personal experience I bring. But to these developments, again, I think what we're looking at here truly aren't anything that is going to tear at the fabric of our community. They are things that are going to help push us forward to invite more people to meet here. That is what this is all about. I've gone long enough. If another member of the commission has comments at this time before a motion is made or discussion, I would welcome that. Commissioner Alsager.
Well, I'm going to say the same thing I had before. If we leave it the way it is, it will be a large apartment building. If we change it, we have the opportunity for more diverse types of buildings, homes for owners and renters. So that's why I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Other members of the commission? Commissioner Bush?
Echo what Commissioner Alsager said.
Thank you. Commissioner Perschbacher, saying a head shake, or?
I'm good.
Thank you. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Ake?
In one of the sessions that I attended during the Michigan League in Lansing, in fact, I had more than one session. The issue of housing came up over and over, even in CapCon, the fall. This is a perennial problem. We are not exceptional. It is a national problem. In fact, I was listening to NPR one day and they were talking about San Diego and how the island of Coronado had to change its ordinance to accommodate the housing scarcity. Of course, we're not the island. But what I'm trying to say is that we are confronted with a situation that is national. It is not just a Mount Pleasant issue or a Michigan problem. It is across the nation. And data suggests that a lot of communities have to contend with this issue. Our challenge, as the mayor has indicated, is that we are basically landlocked. Call us an island or a donut hole, however you want to see it. We're stuck. We can't expand any other way. We can't manufacture new land. But we also have to face the reality that we need accommodation for people who either already live here and work here or who want to live here because they work here. So, I'm just going to ask, you know what? I am empathetic. Our goal is not to destroy neighborhoods. I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I understand the need to have coherence or some congruence in the neighborhood. And I like that idea. In fact, there are communities that build into their ordinances the requirement that any new structure that goes up in that particular area has to be congruent with already existing structures. Those are possibilities. We haven't had those conversations. But I am also troubled by the fact that because we're so, because we are really, really stuck right now, we can't, we seem almost incapable of making a decision. That worries me. And every time we come up here, we talk about this need, yet it seems as if there's no motion forward. I want motion forward. We need to solve this. I am not belittling the concerns of the neighborhood. I am also not hearing the concerns of the neighborhood, but we also have to think about what helps the city in which we live. So what do? The city has need. How do we address that particular need? If anybody has ideas other than what we're thinking about, you share it.
Commissioner Rollins? Okay.
Additional comment? I agree with you, Mayor Wingard, about almost everything you've said. I think that is important. And I think as a city, as we build for the future, these are the kind of things that we're getting into. It's not just about the neighborhood, because this is a huge chunk of land that's near the neighborhood, but we need to keep that in mind when we talk about the kind of development that goes there. My comments earlier about the planned residential development, I wouldn't even bring that up, except I know because I've been told about the waiting for me to get off so that we can get rid of that designation as planned residential neighborhood, to do away with that designation. And it's kind of counterintuitive. It's going against what we're saying. We're saying this is important, but we're going to ignore it in the future. We'll wait and see how that happens. But on this one, that building for the future is kind of what this is about. It's separate from the neighborhood. It's a large parcel of land. And as the planning commission looks at those things and approves the process that goes in there, I certainly hope that they're going to talk about the kind of things that we're hearing tonight, because that residential neighborhood that adjoins this rezoned area is going to be affected. It's not the same as one that we're going to talk about here at our next public hearing, but it's certainly going to affect that neighborhood. And so I guess while I'm agreeing with you, Mayor Wingard, that this is the kind of thing we need to look for as a future, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that those people have invested their life, their income, in their asset, the home that they live in, and that needs to stay important.
Thank you. At this time, is there a motion from the commission?
Yeah, I move we rezone the properties from the Z 25-3 Cross Lane Street, rezone the properties from CD3 Suburban Character District to CD4 General Urban Character District with a residential dwelling use only special requirement.
Second.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. We will call the votes in a moment. Those in favor will say aye, and they'll be voting in favor of the rezoning. Do a roll call.
It's roll call.
Yeah.
I think, well, so point of order on this. It was clarified earlier that we don't need to do a roll call, but if there's need to clarify the vote after the fact, if a voice vote does not
But we also have
completed.
this amended.
Yeah. So In any case, it has been called for roll call vote. We will proceed with a roll call vote on this item. Yeah. Oh,
Don't we need 5 out of the 7 in order to, yes, so it has to be a roll
Because of
call
the
vote.
petition.
I think, for example, if it were to be unanimous,
Oh, okay.
yeah, but again, it's been called for a roll call vote. We're going to proceed with a roll call vote.
Commissioner Rollins,
Yes.
Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Commissioner Alsager,
Yes.
Commissioner Bushbacher,
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Eke,
Yes.
Mayor Wingard.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Gotcha.
It's 10.
It's 10, yeah. Okay. I would ask the commission, it is 10 o'clock and I'm hearing calls for a bathroom break. If there's a motion for a 5-minute recess,
I move.
I'll
seconded. We stand at recess until 10:05.
Yeah.
We are back in session at 10:05, and we're going to pick up with item 23. This is the public hearing on Z2502, 1104 East Chippewa Street. Lapham Associates request to rezone the property from CD3 Suburban Character District to CD4 General Urban Character District with the residential dwelling use only special requirement. Director Paladino.
Thank you so much for that introduction. So the site currently has a single-family residence where Mr. Laffin grew up in and shared that the house condition is not good. So if the rezoning is approved, he would like to demolish it and build more housing units on the site. And then I'll have a conceptual drawing that he shared and also an update to the City Commission about that plan. So when looking at the adjacent land uses, and due to a public comment, I will just clarify that when I do this exercise for the Planning Commission, we put in the chart the immediate surrounding land use. So it's not a very large look at the whole neighborhood, but it is in that chart, particular chart, we're just looking at the adjacent parcels or parcels that are immediately across the street from the vicinity. So that's what I have in my talking points. So we have a fourplex and a single family residence to the north of the site, an office and a single family residence to the east, a multiple family complex, 15 dwelling units in 0.9 acres to the south, as well as a single family residence to the south, and a house with an accessory dwelling unit to the to the west of the site. And as you can see, the zoning is CD3 and future land use is attached residential for that block, and the north block is residential. These are the conditions of the site viewed from Chippewa looking southeast. This is the house. You can see it's a very long house with a connection between the garage and the main footprint of the house. This is the view from Chippewa looking southwest. And the driveway that you see at the front of this picture is to access the office building next door. So this is the current and proposing zoning district designations. It's the same as the previous rezoning, going from CD3 to proposed CD4. And this is the existing and proposed zoning map for this project. So now going through the review criteria. Item 1, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the master plan future land use map designation of attached residential, which assigns the CD4 district designation. 2, the site seems to not have any geological or hydrological constraints. Looking at the EPA environmental mapper and ride mapper, we also did not see any potential contamination. As I mentioned previously, just restating, in case we do want to investigate environmental concerns with the site, the Planning Commission and Department will continue to have the ability to ask for an environmental impact statement from the developer. Item 3, the existing residence is obsolete and the need for additional housing, missing middle housing units would make the project more desirable to the owner for both profit as well as to achieve the city-wide goals with production of housing. The block has several other uses that are not single-family residents. So I did look at the whole block and the block south of Broadway, both of which call for denser forms of housing development. And the block where this parcel is located, we have approximately 20% of the lots having something else than single-family residences. Furthermore, the proposal for denser forms of development on this site would help support Mission Street and downtown businesses, since, just to explain the future land use map, we have this designation going from single-family residential to attached residential, so increases density as we approach Mission and Broadway. So both blocks that abut Broadway are with the attached land use designation. And then it goes to mixed use low for Mission Street, which allows for housing as well as commercial and services. And then it increases in its intensity as we get closer to downtown Mount Pleasant. So this is the transition from a land use perspective, from low to high to mix of uses and high density in this area. The site is located within an area that is fully served by city infrastructure, including public water, sewer, stormwater systems, roadways, and emergency services. And we also have an email from DPW saying that the systems have the capacity to support the additional density. Item 6, there is growing demand for more housing options for long-term residents. As I mentioned previously many times, we need more affordability of units. Denser forms of development in the form of missing middle housing can more easily achieve that. Thus far, the developer has not asked for any grants from the city or assistance with tax breaks. The site sits in a block that's double the size of other city blocks, which I believe is one of the main reasons for the master plan also calling for the whole block to be scaled up in density, because it provides a unique opportunity that other blocks in the city of Mount Pleasant do not have. And then especially for market rate housing construction, because then you can reach the numbers without needing assistance to build infrastructure because it's already served by infrastructure. Item 7, the proposed conceptual drawing that was submitted shows the ability of the site to generally meet zoning requirements of City 4. However, the caveat, that site plan is subject to future staff and planning commission review and is not subject to the rezoning and its review today. Next slide. The form-based code ordinance aims to keep the number of districts low. Therefore, this rezoning to CD4 is aligned with the future land use map and language on CD4 designation for attached residential land uses. Item 9 is not applicable since the rezoning is to accommodate other building types and not use. Item 10, while the proposed rezoning is not for the entire block at this time, but only for the subject parcel, as you saw, it is consistent with the master plan future land use objectives. Therefore, we don't look at spot zoning when you're being consistent. If we were to be inconsistent with the citywide goals and objectives, zoning a single parcel to something that is not reflective in its own, the citywide goals and policies, would in fact be spot zoning. So in this case, it is not because it aligns with the master plan. The rezoning benefits the owner, yes, but it also benefits the city through the creation of more housing. 11, no rezonings were proposed in the last year for the site, and item 12, no other factors were required. So this slide talks a little bit more about the future land use designation. So you can see here how the block is flagged for attached residential. And then to talk about the submittal. So this is what the applicant submitted at the same time that they submitted the rezoning application. We don't require site plans to be submitted. The whole purpose is to be able to have the change in the rules that would then give the security to developers to create and spend thousands and thousands of dollars on engineering and site planning to then create a project that complies with the code, right? In this case, they provided that just to show to us what's the potential for this development in terms of housing creation. In this submittal, they did provide 5 fourplex buildings. However, I did get Mr. Laffin to come to my office. We met a week ago, and he came in and he said that he has been thinking mostly now on 5 duplexes. This is after obviously all the public comment, and it's been very difficult for him to see where he grew up and neighbors, folks that he know, being against the proposal because he has the goal to name this after his brother. Mm-hmm. And he also sees how duplexes are very easily rented and sold in Mount Pleasant. And he sees more the market for duplexes at this time for the site. So he mentioned it to me multiple times, and I want to pass this information along. He would like to build 5 duplexes instead of 4 plexes. So the overall number would be 10 units as opposed to 20 from what he intends to do. And so with all of this, the staff analysis is that the proposed rezoning will enable denser yet contextual forms of housing development in this area in alignment with the master plan future land use goals. The site's close proximity to Mission Street in downtown helps support local businesses. The proposed buildings would help bring more missing middle housing that is available for families, seniors, in the area's workforce, with market rate housing that's more affordable due to development scale. The residential units will add much needed rental housing, which is experiencing one of the highest rental prices increases in the nation. We do have a specific data set that I put from the Washington Post last year. You can see a map from the Washington Post article of the entire United States, and Mount Pleasant has one of the highest percentage of rent increases in one single year from 23 to 24. So it's exacerbated. Overall, the rezoning will help the city and the region address its housing supply issues. So before getting into the final recommended action, this application also received a petition against the proposal. This map shows well the extent in which we received comments in opposition to the case. And then we did the same analysis to confirm if it meets the 20% criteria from the state and the local ordinance. And it does. So we would need 5 out of 7 votes for the motion to pass. And so the recommendation from the Planning Commission is that the City Commission adopts the proposed zoning map amendment Z2502 for the 2 vacant properties located at 1104 East Chippewa Street. Thank you.
Director Paladiko, if you would be, when you're done with questions and everything, there was a request earlier in the evening to leave the map up of the area, just so, again, when we're done with discussion during public comment, the map's up. Question for you with the individual who's requesting the rezoning, the change in intention from the idea of 4 plexes down to duplexes. Can you talk about, while it still fits with our future land use plan for that section based off the master plan, is the rezoning still necessary to meet that number of duplexes? Could you talk on that?
Yeah, I can. So if the rezoning does not pass, the amount of maximum development that would be able to be done on that parcel would be to split the property in half, and we'll need to see if it meets the subdivision requirements, because the Subdivision Act does not allow lots to be too long. So you can't have, I think it's 5 times the width. So the only thing that I can think of is split in half for in CD3, and then maybe build duplexes, so 2 duplexes with 1 unit behind the other. CD3 does not allow for multiple buildings. CD4 will, now that the text change was approved. So it would limit the ability to up to 4 dwelling units on that site.
Okay. Other members of the commission with questions? Commissioner Zhang.
This particular public hearing is, in my opinion, way different than the others, but that is interesting and good that considered duplexes instead of 5 4-unit apartments. But after we approved it based on what we're led to believe, duplexes, because it's zoned different, could they still go back and build something like the 5 apartments?
So the rezoning is to do CD4, right? So go from CD3 to CD4, which would allow duplexes as well as multiple family buildings.
Now, there's those the considerations for whether it gets rezoned. One of them was this the spot zoning. Now, to me, a spot zoning is if you have a parcel and the neighboring parcel to the north, to the south, to the east, and the west are all zoned the same, and you choose this, you make that one individual parcel different.
Mhm.
That's, to me, that is the definition of spot zoning.
That is the simple definition of spot zoning. There's a lot that comes with it. So one important thing with the one parcel versus the surrounding parcels is who is applying for the rezoning. A developer is as able to apply for rezoning as the local jurisdiction is. A developer cannot apply for rezoning beyond their property boundaries. Therefore, in this particular case, the only way to achieve the CD4 designation across the whole block is if the city would do the rezoning for the whole block. So in this case, the future land use map in the master plan gives the signal to property owners and developers that specific parcels of land are eligible for rezonings. So it gives that indication for this whole block. It happens to be that the owner of that site would like to develop now and apply for the rezoning.
So you're saying you're asking the commission to rezone the whole block?
No.
Okay, so for right now, for today, that property is zone CD3 and all the neighbors around it are CD3. And what we're going to consider is making only that parcel CD4.
Yes.
That is spot zoning.
It's not, because it's consistent with the master plan.
Now, the master plan isn't the deciding factor for zoning.
It is the policy that tells us where we should grow.
But
So if it was the opposite.
Spot zoning is the definition of spot zoning is what the zoning is, not what the master plan would like it to be down the road. It's what it is.
It's not a simple visual assessment of a parcel in the middle of. There's a lot that comes into it. The policies that have been adopted tells us if it's in alignment or not. It would be spot zoning if the whole block was zone CD4. The master plan said it should be CD4, and the developer came to do CD5. That would be spot zoning because it's inconsistent with the master plan. It's not achieving citywide goals. It's literally benefiting the developer. In this case, the city wants to see growth on that block. The developer applied to start with that site. The city could follow with a rezoning of the whole block.
I may be a little lost here, but there's a zoning ordinance, which the commissions prior to me had passed. These are zoning ordinances. That's the law. Then there's the planning, the master plan, which was aspirational. But the zoning, which is the law, says it's CD3. Not the plan, but the people bought into that neighborhood. It's a CD3. And you're saying, but we want this individual parcel surrounded by others CD3. We want to change that one. I still don't understand why it's not spot zoning. I hear what you're saying, but you're making it sound like the master plan overrides the zoning ordinance.
No, it gives guidance, right?
It's guidance.
It gives guidance. So
Does that override it?
So that's not how it works. We have to go through the rezoning in order to change the rules. And we look at the master plan as a guidance document. As you mentioned in another comment, the master plan is approved as citywide goals, right? We have citywide goals conversations with commissions, with the residents. Everybody agrees we need more housing. Then when we get into implementation of that goal that was set and approved after a lot of public comment, we set the goal, we need more housing. This is where we want to see more housing, and we literally have a future land use map that tells us where we want to see growth as a community. That is adopted, and we get into implementation. Once we get into implementation, the next step is to rezone based on the policy that is citywide to actually get the growth where we said we want the growth to be. And therefore, we must use the master plan as policy guidance to rezoning petitions. And that's exactly what we're trying to do.
So the issue before us is really not up to the commission. The master plan's already determined that this is going to be that way.
The master plan determined that. What you have the ability to do, as well as the planning commission had when voting on this matter, is to say, you know what, the master plan was adopted at a time in which the issues we had then did not exist today. Today, we don't have housing issues, therefore we don't need to grow. Therefore, we don't need to approve the rezoning. You have the ability to do that, but you will need to find a reason for deviating on that policy that had been approved. And thus far, I did not hear through the master plan updating process any deviations regarding housing policy.
Commissioner Zhang, and Director Powell and I go, it sounds like there's point of contention on this issue. Again, as this might be a reason that affects the way you vote. But I do want to open it up to other members of the commission with other questions. But again, this may influence your vote as far as the answer to this question. But again,
I'm still a little confused only because zoning ordinance is that's what we're deciding on. The zoning ordinance is the law. That's what we vote on. But I guess it's subservient to the master plan. The master plan rules that even though the code of ordinance says, here's what spot zoning is and here's why it's not allowed. That doesn't matter if the master plan says something different. And I didn't realize that.
Gotcha. Other questions from the members of the commission? Commissioner House.
I just want to make a comment. This is my old neighborhood. And one thing I've always loved about it is, and it's shown by this map with all the different colors in it. But I used to walk along Broadway and think that those long, long lots that only have a house near the street, it would be a great spot for the city to build tennis courts.
You would think.
Sorry, I just had to say that.
Other questions from members of the commission on this issue?
I have a different question. Now, we talked about the master plan, but the most important part of the master plan is it's called to, and I quote, maintain the well-established character, architect, scale, and density of the traditional single-family neighborhoods that are characteristics of the city of Mount Pleasant. So if that is the master plan, why don't we at least follow that part of it?
So that part, did it come with specific goals or objectives that relate to how and if we should change the zoning ordinance or zoning map? Did it come with any of that from your perspective? Does it tell me that the zoning ordinance is insufficient in achieving that?
No, this is saying this is the overall goal here, to maintain the well-established character of the neighborhoods. And I'm just, since we waived that the master plan was overruled the zoning ordinance, then I was questioning why the master plan is ignored in this part.
It's not ignored, it's followed through the design standards that we have in the zoning ordinance and that site plan review.
And so the 5 apartments with 4 units each are do match the character, the architecture, and scale and density of the traditional single-family neighborhood.
I would argue that it can.
Commissioner Alsager.
I have a question. On your map, it shows some renters that are living to the west of this property, signed in opposition. And it shows a long property line, like I was just talking about, these long lots. What type of apartment is there?
So over there, it's a house with an accessory dwelling unit. So it's a bigger house with a little house in the back.
And then what about across the street from it, where there's?
We have, I believe, a duplex.
I mean, so mostly it's owner occupied, but there's some renters.
There's some renters.
Okay.
Mhm.
Ask a question about. This is in regard to the third item on the criteria, says evidence that the applicant cannot receive a reasonable return on investment through developing the property with one of the uses permitted under the current zoning. They provided that to us?
I would suggest that you can ask the applicant to provide that information. They're here tonight. I don't have calculations of pro forma, if that's what you're asking.
No, well, certainly the planning commission had that discussion just to bring it here. And so it would seem certainly if the applicant had changed his opportunity to say, instead of these 5, I can maybe get by with duplexes. When you bring it to the commission, it would be, we would expect that they meet the criteria. And I guess what I'm
Right.
hearing is you've got no evidence to say we've met the criteria.
I have evidence of the narrative that if we do have only, let's say, 2 duplexes on the site, the development is not going to pencil out. So they have been very clear that they want 5 buildings and they need to reach at least 10 units for the development to pencil out.
Director Paladiko, could you define pencil out for us lay people?
Yes,
Thank
thank you. So it's a term that we use for the investment to make sense. So for the developer to be able to recoup that upfront investment, the cost of developing, as you mentioned, it's very costly right now.
Mhm.
If we build one house today, that single family detached home has to be sold at 350, 400K in order for you to pay for the upfront investment. Developers are not going to do pro bono development, right? So in order for them to be able to capture on rent, they need to have scale of the development.
Gotcha. Other question I had, Three Ball Properties has a number of apartments units directly to the south, a little to the southwest of this unit. I believe you had discussed during your presentation that there were a number of properties within the area that didn't fall within current city code. Would Three Ball Properties under, again, it's CD3 currently, would they be able to build that kind of development in CD3 housing?
So the development that I think you're mentioning immediately to the south has a few buildings in the same parcel. So we took care of that with the text change if the parcel would to be zoned CD4. So right now it's CD3, so it's going to continue to be non-conforming. That kind of development in particular, even if we would to map CD4 in other sites, it wouldn't look exactly like that. So the buildings would need to be close to the street, parking would have to be behind the building, and we would see way more landscaping and windows and principal entrances at the street frontage. So there are design standards that those sites don't meet right now.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the commission who have not had a chance to ask questions at this time. Commissioner Bush, any questions on this topic?
Good.
Commissioner or Vice Mayor Eke, any questions on this topic?
No.
Commissioner Perschbacher?
I understand everything.
Thank you. Commissioner Rollins, any questions? Gotcha.
I have a question on number 6. Number 6, the apparent demand for this type of use is permitted by the requested district in the city in relation to the amount of land in the city currently zoned and available to accommodate the demand. And that was what the criteria was we had to hit. And of course,
Sure.
you're saying that there wasn't, and that's for so far that's why we need to do this. Of course, tonight we just added another 12 acres to that, and or whatever the amount of acreage was on the previous public hearing. But we're saying this one parcel is those apartments we don't have sufficient number of those in the city, and therefore we need to convert that one parcel in the neighborhood so it's apartments.
So the demand is for more housing of all kinds, for all income levels. So we do have that demand right now.
And that was, that was what the, what the criteria was we had to hit. And of course, you're saying that there wasn't, and that's for so far we need to, that's why we need to do this.
Sure.
Oh, I agree with that. And I, departments, we've even talked about how much more acres we put on that even tonight, but it seems like housing includes of all kinds, like single family houses and duplexes.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Director Paladiko. Thank you for your time this evening. Let's see. At this time, oh, if you would put the map up on the screen if
Is
possible.
this map preferable or the zoning map?
There's Oh, there's one right behind me. The zoning map would be preferable.
Okay.
I didn't see that one. Yeah. The zoning map would be preferable, please.
Okay. There you go.
Again, behind me, not on that screen. Okay. At this time, we'll open up the public hearing. If you would like to give public comments on this item, please make a line, and we will be prepared to hear you shortly. Those speaking will be given 5 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. I'll raise my hand when you have 30 seconds remaining. And I will politely let you know that your time has concluded.
Okay, my name is Chelsea Tenwaldy and I reside at 1105 East Chippewa Street. I believe all of you had the maps that we prepared. They look a little something like this. And this is a blown up version. Just for reference, my residence is right here. And then the proposed lots to be rezoned is the green block. And then you can see also the red and blue, mainly the red is signatures we received in opposition of the rezone. On the yellow map that you guys have, which we kind of saw a little something like that up there. We also interpreted that as a spot zone. To continue, I've proudly called the neighborhood in question my home since 2012. When we first moved in, we quickly formed a close relationship with our neighbor who lived directly across the street, Mr. Darcy Lapham. Darcy was more than a neighbor, he was a pillar of Chippewa Street. Since Darcy's passing, we've had the opportunity to get to know Darcy's brother, Dave Lapham, the current owner of the property at 1104 East Chippewa Street. With Dave's permission, I'm sharing the conversations I've had with him regarding the proposed development of a 5-building, 20-unit apartment complex on that property. To begin with, I want to express appreciation for Dave's openness and willingness to to listen to the concerns of those who live in the neighborhood. We spoke about our worries regarding the scale and impact of the proposed project, and he welcomed that dialogue. Among the most pressing concerns voiced by myself and many others were a significant increase in traffic, the potential for increased noise and disruption, concerns regarding safety and security, the loss of valuable green space, and finally, the overall design and density of the proposed development, which does not align with the established aesthetic or residential scale of East Chippewa Street. To ensure we are representing the neighborhood fairly, we reached out and spoke directly with approximately 50 individuals in the immediate area. Every single one we spoke with expressed opposition to the proposed development. This is not a case of a few isolated voices. It is a clear and consistent message from the community. In our discussions with Dave, he offered a couple alternative visions for the property that he believed, and we agreed, could serve as a compromise, honoring both the memory of his brother and the needs of the neighborhood. First, he mentioned the possibility of donating the property to the city of Mount Pleasant to be developed into a community park. This suggestion resonated deeply with many of us. A park would not only preserve green space, but it would also create a lasting tribute to Darcy, a space for neighbors to gather, children to play, and nature to be enjoyed by all. We believe this is the ideal solution. Second, Dave proposed a scaled-down residential development on the property. Under the current CD3 zoning, this would allow for several dwellings. This option, while still increasing the housing stock, would be much more compatible with the existing neighborhood in terms of size, scale, and impact. We believe these alternatives strike a thoughtful and respectful balance between between development and preservation. They allow for progress while still honoring the fabric of the community and the people who make it special. Regardless of what ultimately becomes of the property at 1104 East Chippewa Street, it will be known among us as Darcy's Place, a fitting tribute to the man who meant so much to the street and to so many of its residents. I want to be clear, our opposition to the development is not an, our opposition to the apartment facility is not an opposition to development itself. We understand the importance of thoughtful, sustainable growth in our city. However, we believe that the development should be done in a way that complements and enhances the surrounding area, not in a way that overwhelms or fundamentally alters its character. Thank you for your time, your service to the city, and for considering the voices of the residents of East Chippewa Street.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Chuck Crespi. I live at the end of Chippewa, at the corner of Chippewa and Russell. I think you'll find that, oh, don't worry, we're not gonna read the whole book there. We just wanted to give you that as reference. I think you'll find that our approach is more nuanced and we're not gonna be near as confrontational as you might have heard earlier in the evening. We think there are some reasonable solutions to this problem, and we've talked about them with Dave and we want to explore them. We have a slightly different view of the applicability of CD4 for this particular area. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to begin to go through what you all do as commissioners, in that you have 12 criteria by which you have to evaluate the appropriateness of the proposal, whether you make a variance or don't make a variance. The first criterion is the consistency with the master plan of the city. And the most appropriate part of that master plan would be book 1, which is sustainable land development. So I'm going to go through the 8 dimensions or 8 goals of book 1 of sustainable development, because that's most appropriate for this particular example. The first goal is to encourage redevelopment that locates people within walkable and bikeable distances of essential services, jobs, and recreation. Due to the location of the parcel in question in the middle of a residential neighborhood, the proposal at best marginally meets this criteria. It's not within the downtown pedestrian shed. It's not within the defined radius of any park, and it's not close to any major employers. So it's marginally useful in terms of walkability. Goal number 2 is to encourage mixed uses of neighborhoods to scale business development. Well, the proposal as it was presented didn't talk about any business development, only rental properties. So it doesn't meet that criteria. Goal number 3 was to require new structures to harmonize with architectural precedents. Well, this is a largely single family neighborhood. So this sort of development doesn't fit architecturally in the same way. Goal number 4 is to preserve the neighborhood through proper maintenance of the properties. This is an aspirational goal, and maintenance and code enforcement of the properties for which the applicant currently operates is probably the best judge. So we would encourage you to look at Palmer Place, which is the facility that he set out as an example, and see if that meets your standard of proper maintenance. Goal 5 is to improve the landscape and aesthetics and entryways into the neighborhood. Well, by design, it's going to be a very dramatic difference between the development and the residential properties that are there. Goal 6 is to encourage a mix of housing types within the neighborhood for assisted living, families, and first-time home buyers. Well, it's not going to work for assisted living because there are no elevators. And if you're on assisted living, you don't want to be climbing stairs to the second floor. And the proposal was for rental properties. So for first-time home buyers, it's not going to work well either. Goal 7 was to enable adaptive use and restructure to preserve historic buildings. Well, there are no historic buildings and the current building is going to be destroyed. Goal 8, the final goal, is to require new structures to be of similar quality to existing structures and the design to be easily used for multiple purposes. Well, that's one of those things that's difficult to ascertain. So in our estimation, the proposed variance does not provide sufficient information to assess the likelihood of multipurpose use. The sole purpose indicated was just for rental properties. So in summary, adherence to the variance request to the master plan, which is first the criteria you deal with, is modest indeed. Goal number 1 is marginally met. Goal number 2 is not met. Goal number 3 is not met. Goal number 4 is unknowable. Goal number 5 is not met. Goal number 6 is not met. And goal number 7 is uncertain. So for that reason, we suggest you should think seriously about the appropriateness of a variance for this particular operation. My colleagues are going to follow and talk about the other 11 criteria that come along. And don't worry, we'll be brief. But we do believe by the time you hear our concerns for this and our interpretation of this, that your vision might change, because our reading of the policy is that under existing standards, 7 units could be built there, which clearly meets the financial viability standard and would keep it CD3, and then would allow an avoidance of all the
Thank you.
complications of moving to CD4.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandy Hellis. My address is 580 South Shepherd Road, Mount Pleasant. I own 2 properties on Chippewa Street, so I'm very concerned about this proposal for rezoning the property at 1104 East Chippewa Street. I'm here to discuss criteria number 2 and number 3. Criteria number 2, compatibility of the site's environmental features. This project proposes placing 5 large apartment buildings in a small residential area where historically there's only been 1 single-family home. The density and scale are not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Traffic impacts would be significant. Prior to 2022, only 1 person lived on that property. Increasing the occupancy to 20+ units would generate much more traffic on quiet residential roads. Aesthetically, densely packed buildings and parking lots would sharply contrast with the existing character of the neighborhood. And according to local realtors, nearby property values would likely decline as well, whereas modest development such as some duplexes or townhomes would have a less harmful impact. The physical characteristics of Chippewa Street are not conducive to the proposed rezoning. At the proposed site, Chippewa Street is only 30 feet wide curb to curb and 28 feet wide in the area that is paved. This is significantly less than other streets in the area. The narrowness of the street on occasion creates traffic challenges which would only get worse should the population density of the neighborhood be significantly increased. Criteria number 3, evidence the applicant cannot receive a reasonable return on investment through developing the property with one of the uses permitted under the current zoning. There is strong evidence that the property in question could still yield a reasonable return under the current CD3 zoning. The site has abundant green space and renovation potential, which is increasingly popular among homeowners and small-scale investors. The property has been in the same family since the 1930s and likely has no mortgage burden, further increasing its financial viability. Existing zoning permits up to 7 units to be placed on the site. That would permit a substantial return on the investment. Current legislation allows for significant expensing and depreciation of construction activities. With a useful life of decades, the construction of 7 units on the property would likely yield a return far greater than investing in government bonds or long-term investments in the stock market. Now, I just want to go back to criteria number 2 regarding the traffic for just a second. Because I own these 2 properties on Chippewa Street, when I went over to these properties for whatever reason, if people have parked out on the street in front of their homes or rental properties for some reason, if there's a car coming from the opposite direction and I'm going like towards them, I move over and wait till they come through because there's just not, you're shaking your head, yes.
Happens on my street too.
Really? Yeah, there's just not enough space for 2 cars to go through at the same time. And with 20 to 40 more vehicles on this street, I just think the traffic's gonna be horrendous with all these extra people. So I just wanted to mention that, maybe some of you drove down the street to, view the property. But yeah, it's gonna be just horrendous with these extra, residents. And then also, I did write a letter, which you probably all received back for the June 23rd meeting. Okay, thank you. And I've owned these properties on Chippewa Street for several decades. It's been a quiet neighborhood with minimal traffic concerns this whole time. I did have a tenant just recently tell me they don't think they're gonna renew their lease because of this new project in case it passes, which kind of worries me about
Thank
my
you.
other rentals. Okay, thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Lee Crespi. I live at 111 Russell Street. I'm going to talk a little bit about criterion number 4. In evaluating the Chippewa Street variance request, please consider criterion number 4, which addresses traffic impacts, density, aesthetics, and land use. We completed a survey of Chippewa residents asking them if they accessed downtown by walking. The answer we got was a resounding no. It's only appropriate to ask why. Respondents answered with a common theme: crossing Mission Street is quite dangerous. So, in part from a FOIA request, we found that in the last 5 years, there have been over 1,000 accidents on Mission Street, and that average daily traffic on Mission is over 20,000 vehicles. This includes emergency vehicles, large commercial vehicles, and speeders and texters. As you know, MDOT owns and operates Mission and has historically held goals that don't directly coincide with the city's master plan. Any changes would require not only funding, but coordination with MDOT. If it were easy to convince MDOT to make such changes, they would have happened long ago. Of course, some of you may have participated in the development of the master plan, and these challenges are not new. Some of you may have been here long enough to remember the ill-fated 2008 MDOT proposed redesign. The current redevelopment plans for Mission Street face the same challenges that have been with us for 2 decades. Certainly, creating a more walkable and bikeable Mount Pleasant is clearly desirable. How would we do this? First, we should probably focus our attention on properties within the downtown pedestrian shed, those that are on the west side of Mission. The proposed Chippewa Street variance request is not within the downtown shed area. Second, I suspect you've all heard of Daniel Paralek. He coined the phrase missing middle in 2010, and this book is the Missing Middle Bible. He describes an urban planning phenomenon, the absence of medium density housing, which he suggests is needed between suburban and single family neighborhoods. and dense urban high-rise development. There is no dense urban development in the whole of Mount Pleasant. Therefore, medium-density multi-use development occurs appropriately in the downtown urban shed zone, which is to the west of Mission. One prevalent challenge to the missing middle is what Paralec and Smart Growth America, an organization frequently cited in the master plan, described as divided by design. Divided by design describes a phenomenon by which communities are isolated and walkability between neighborhoods is precluded. Smart Growth America uses several examples to illustrate their point, in particular, freeways, highway systems, and levees. The most prominent such barrier in Mount Pleasant is Mission Street. Also, the proposed variance site on Chippewa Street is one of the few places in Mount Pleasant not within a master plan radius of a city park, nor is the site in question near significant employers. In summary, to be consistent with criterion number 4, the proposed variance should be within walking distance of services, jobs, and recreation. By master plan standards, this request falls short on all 3 criteria: the downtown pedestrian shed, significant employment opportunities, and the park radii. Finally, the palpable fear of crossing Mission Street on foot or by bicycle is borne out by statistics provided by our police department. There are far better opportunities to address missing middle housing in Mount Pleasant than the current variance location. We respectfully request a more thorough and thoughtful review.
Thank you.
by the
Your time has
Planning Commission.
expired.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Broderick Bender. My wife and I moved into 109 North Brown Street in March of 2024. Diving right into it, review criterion number 5, the capacity of city utilities and services sufficient to accommodate the uses permitted in the requested district without compromising the health, safety, and welfare of the city is not an issue that we feel that we are prepared to take on. You guys know better in this instance, and so on this issue in particular, we will defer to the city engineer. However, for criterion number 6, the apparent demand for the types of uses permitted in the requested zoning district in the city in relation to the amount of land in the city currently zoned and available to accommodate the demand. As of July 9th, there are 16 vacant lots within city limits zoned CD4 that are suitable for higher density development. Many are even located within pedestrian sheds, areas prioritized by the master plan for walkable, transit-oriented development. Moreover, the developer of 1104 also owns 2 vacant parcels just outside the city that are already zoned appropriately for multifamily housing. There's no need to shoehorn dense development into a neighborhood that is not designed to support it. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. We still awake? This is my longest meeting ever. My name is Patty Strong. I live at 906 East Chippewa Street. I'm about 7 blocks west of the development. I'm presenting on criterion 7, which says the boundaries of the requested rezoning district are reasonable in relationship to surroundings, and construction on the site will be able to meet the dimensional regulations for district listed in the schedule for regulations. Not true, and I'm going to tell you why. A, this proposed 5 2-story large apartment building project with 20 rental units in a single-family residential neighborhood would be incompatible with the surrounding properties for many reasons. Its density, 20 apartments holding up to 4 or more residents each,
plus the amount of pavement, leave barely a blade of grass, and it severely crowds its neighbors. Its design would leave multiple vehicles parking on the street, especially in the winter, to be closer physically to their apartments than the proposed parking lot areas. Just look at the diagram. The parking's clear in the back of that property. There are several rental units already with guests who park on the street, leaving a narrow path wide enough for only one vehicle to pass through at a time. B, it would stick out like a sore thumb. That land is surrounded by a very old established single-family neighborhood. There isn't a single fourplex until you get all the way down to Palmer Street, 5 blocks to the north. According to local realtors, such density with a more transient population sharply contrasts with the surrounding neighborhood where there are no such buildings. A more modest development such as duplexes would have a less harmful impact. D, 1104 East Chippewa Street is located outside of the pedestrian priority areas identified by the master plan, as you've heard. It is east of Mission Street, where infrastructure and pedestrian safety are not well suited for higher density development. Crossing Mission from Chippewa is dangerous, even if a crosswalk was installed someday. In the past 5 years, there have been over 1,000 accidents, and there's at least an accident a week at Chippewa and Mission, because I live right there and I see it, I hear it. Clearly, the criteria in the city provided approve this rezoning is replete with errors and omissions. Each rezoning request should be interpreted by considering the residential neighborhoods as well as developers. E, those additional renters have no exit to Brown Street, only on to Chippewa. Finally, well, it's not finally, the proposed change to CD4 will allow more than one building per lot with no density limitations and should not be approved as written. These are all the legitimate reasons to deny this zoning request. This would not be a phase-in. It would be going from single family to multiple quadplexes stuffed inside a single home neighborhood on 1 acre. The reason rental housing is so expensive in Mount Pleasant is because landlords make more money off of students, and for as long as they keep rents high, they will still make more money from them, even if they don't fill every vacancy. You have already rezoned plenty of land to C4 and C5 to allow a lot of density tonight. This one is different. Your criterion is not sufficiently met, so you must deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Sue Yoder. I live at 1001 East Andre, but I own property at 1004 East Lincoln that my daughter resides in. And I'm coming to talk about the criteria number 8. And I'm talking about, is this the best place to build this complex? But I'm talking to you as an educator and a resident. I have have the privilege of working at Pullen for 18 years. And that time I have seen Pullen grow due to redistricting. Pullen now currently we have 360 students, including 32 preschoolers. Comparatively, Vowles and Ganyard have 260 and 250 students respectively. That means Pullen is already accommodating nearly 100 more students than any other JK or second grade school in Mount Pleasant. Now, it's true we do have two extra classrooms, but that does not accommodate the extra 100 kids that there. We are overcrowded, and it's starting to have a serious impact on both the quality of education and the comfort of our staff and their students. For example, the speech therapist office has been moved to what was once the teacher's lounge, and the teacher's lounge is now a cramped room that barely seats 5 comfortably. Imagine the strain on our educators who are trying to make the best of these challenging conditions. But it doesn't end there. If this is approved, we only see more children enrolling into the school, making the situation worse. With the influx of new families, we may have no choice but to convert spaces such as our art or music room into additional classrooms. That will leave art and music teachers without dedicated spaces to teach their subjects, impacting the education and creativity of our students. Now, as a resident and parent, I'm also deeply concerned about the traffic this apartment complex will generate. Many of the students at Pullen are young. They're 4 to 8 years old. In fact, we have several students who walk to school either by themselves or accompanied by a parent. During my daily commute to work, I often see children running ahead or riding their bikes, eager to get to school. The area around Pullen School is already quite busy during drop-off and pickup times, and the lack of a crossing guard at the intersection of Chippewa Street makes crossing that busy street an added risk for these young children. If this apartment complex is built, the volume of cars in the area will only increase. More cars mean more congestion and greater risk for accidents. And I fear that one day a child may be hurt or even worse as a result of the increased traffic. We cannot afford to ignore this potential danger to our kids. Their safety should be a priority for all of us. And we need to consider how this new development will affect the daily lives of the children who walk to school every day. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Tollinaire. My husband Keith and I purchased 1105 East Broadway, the property just south of this property we're talking about tonight. We purchased that in the spring of 2002. I first met Darcy Lapham when I ran out to let him know that he no longer needed to mow the back half of our property since we had purchased it and we were young and able to do it ourselves. He had been mowing it for the Murphys, who she had become elderly, and he was trying to help them out and was unaware that we were living there now. Years later, we would learn from him that his family purchased 1104 East Chippewa from the Murphy family when he was a child. He had fond memories and shared some of them with us. When we purchased the home at 1105, there were no electrical outlets on the second floor. This was a surprise to us and to the guy who did our whatever you call it, who checked out the house with, because nobody looks to see if there's electrical outlets. There was no heat on the second floor. We were aware of that. There was one functional bathroom, but 3 toilets located in there, and much of the upstairs was unlivable space where you could see the studs and or plaster falling off the walls. It was a fixer-upper in every sense. Over the years, our family, primarily my husband, have poured thousands of dollars, hundreds of hours, and literally our hearts and souls into improving every square inch from the foundation of the Michigan basement to the rooftop. I've referred to it as our little piece of country in the heart of Mount Pleasant, and my children have fond memories of growing up with green space to enjoy and explore. It's from this place of significant investment and deep love for that neighborhood that I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I believe this development will most likely have a negative effect on our home's value as well as the feel of our neighborhood that we love so much. However, I am aware that your decision tonight is based primarily, if not exclusively, on whether or not it meets the 12 criteria, so I'd like to continue with those. Review criteria 9, is rezoning the land more appropriate than amending the list of permitted uses? If the goal is to serve middle-income renters, I believe this can be accomplished with CD3 zoning. It seems like this could be done preserving green space, providing moderate density, and showing compromise with neighbors, and we've discussed some of the compromise tonight. Review criteria 10, the requested rezoning will not create an isolated and unplanned spot zone. Though there's been much discussion, we would agree that with the entire neighborhood being currently zoned CD3, rezoning a single parcel in the middle of a stable residential zone would by definition create a spot zone, especially problematic since this request is not contiguous with any CD4 or higher density zones. While the long-term master plan may envision broader changes by 2050, those visions must remain adaptable. Mount Pleasant is in flux with an uncertain economic future, limited job growth, and shifting population dynamics. Zoning decisions should be made incrementally and in alignment with today's realities, not distant projections. Review criterion 11. The request has not previously been submitted within the past year. We all know that one, so no, that has not happened. It meets that criterion. Review criterion 12. Other factors deemed appropriate by the Planning Commission and the City Commission. So I just want to share personally, as elected representatives of the people you serve, I believe it is your goal to make decisions that are in the best interest of the people who elected you. You do so by working with relevant government officials while trying to balance the interests of the public with the ever-emerging vision of what Mount Pleasant might become. This is a challenging task, as often you face conflicting interests and conflicting paths toward the ideal of a better Mount Pleasant. Tonight you face that challenge as it pertains to 35 residents of the Chippewa Street neighborhood, and a petition signed by over 50 individuals sits on your desk. As residents of the Chippewa neighborhood, we understand full well that the property at 1104 East Chippewa can and will likely be developed in some form. In a neighborhood that is almost completely comprised of single-family dwellings, the construction of a 20-unit complex, I know there's been other ideas, doesn't seem to fit. Surely there's a compromise that can be met, and I believe that keeping the property zoned as CD3 is the best way for this to happen. I'm asking you to make your decision with careful attention to the information we've shared as it relates to the 12 criteria. We've done our best to learn a lot in the last few weeks and to address each of them. With one last thing, I know the house, it was said that the house is in bad, at 30 seconds. It said that the house should be demolished. I do know a young family who has toured the house a few months ago and has been trying to put together the money to purchase the home, to fix it up and to enjoy that property. So I hope that that can happen. I'm back. Megan Moreno, 201 North Brown Street. I know it's really late. It's past everybody's bedtime, but I really appreciate your time and attention. This has consumed all of us for the past month, so I appreciate you all listening to our comments. So again, 201 North Brown Street, a property that my husband and I have owned since 2007. Our property is adjacent to the southeast of 1104 East Chippewa. On June 5th, the Planning Commission approved the proposal despite neighborhood opposition. Some of the planning commissioners expressed concern regarding the proposal's creation of an isolated zoning spot. However, the commissioners were told that they could not oppose the proposal because it aligned with the future land use map of the master plan. I want to additionally point out, which was not in my original comments, that based on the number 22 tonight, I don't know that they should have been able to propose that because it wasn't, we hadn't already passed the multiple building change in the zoning. But it was during that meeting on June 5th that I learned my property, and indeed the entire block, is forecast to be rezoned to CD4 as part of the master plan. And to be honest with you, I felt blindsided and like the rug had been completely pulled out from under me. Despite my frustration regarding the lack of notification of how the master plan would impact my property and my neighborhood, I now understand that there is no legal requirement to notify individual property owners affected by potential future land use changes in a master plan. However, I also understand that a master plan is an advisory document, not a zoning ordinance, and does not have the force of law. It is one of many factors that should be considered in evaluating rezoning requests, but it does not compel a zoning board or legislative body to approve rezoning requests simply because it aligns with the master plan. We are here tonight not as a formality, but because the Michigan Zoning and Enabling Act requires that property owners impacted by a rezoning request have an opportunity to voice their concerns and opposition. Why? Because our voices matter. Since June 5th, you've heard from neighborhood residents expressing opposition to this rezoning via email and in person. We care so deeply about this that we have spent countless hours individually and in small groups discussing our concerns and making sure that we address legitimate reasons why we oppose this rezoning. You've heard how the proposal misaligns with elements in the sustainable land use of the master plan, ignores the desire of surrounding residents to maintain the existing character of the neighborhood, conflicts with the zoning ordinance by creating an isolated zoning spot, and ignores existing quantity of vacant properties currently zoned CD4 within the city, and how it will negatively impact the quality of life of existing residents. The request to rezone 1104 East Chippewa to CD4 takes advantage of a unique set of circumstances based on who owns the property and their capacity to develop it, and blatantly disregards the overwhelming desire of the rest of the neighborhood to preserve and maintain its existing character. In this case, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I recognize that the commission has been charged with the serious issue of addressing the housing needs of our city and creating more options for desirable and affordable housing. As you vote tonight, though, I urge you to consider and ask yourselves what type of housing young professionals and downsizing seniors actually are looking for and would like. And then ask yourselves if this particular property is absolutely necessary to achieve those goals, and is it worth going against the will of the entire surrounding neighborhood to achieve it? We implore you to deny this rezoning request. If you move forward, the neighborhood will have no voice in what's to follow. Thank you.
My name is Lori Weinberg, and I live at 304 North Brown here in Mount Pleasant, obviously. I did not prepare a speech tonight, but I was sitting back there listening to all of the comments and everything throughout the entire evening. I'm very tired, so bear with me. Commissioner Zhang, I want to commend you for your critical thinking skills and how a small kernel of something can turn into something larger because of semantics or language we don't understand from a planning commission or whatnot. And I don't propose to know everything. But my concern is that while Commissioner Icky is concerned about not making a decision and Commissioner Bush is concerned about not paying attention to anecdotal evidence makes sense sometimes, as well as sometimes I get concerned about some of the decisions that are made. We all want to be able to trust our city servants, our city government, but sometimes I feel like there's many people in our community that don't. Case in point, a few years back, we had conversations about the cannabis shops. I was promised that our taxes would be lower and we would have no smell because, and this came even from city police officers, that they're going to be, strict regulations and they have to stick to them. My quality of life is not better since the cannabis shops came in, and I'm not judging anyone, but I have people walking by my house all the time to go to Jars Cannabis, and they're falling, they look like they're high, they look like they're drunk. I don't know what's going on. But my concern is I don't want something small like that, where it started out with a few shops to be, I don't even know how many shops we have in this town now. But that's all I have to say. I just wanted to make that point that sometimes a decision can be made with the best intentions, and it can be, you look at something small and it can blow up. And I don't want that to happen in this neighborhood. I've lived here for 30 years and I've been a lifelong resident of this community, and I've not seen some great things happen since the last few years. So thank you for your time. I appreciate that.
My name is Amanda Brake. I work at the Mount Pleasant Housing Commission. I have been advocating for housing since 7 a.m., so I apologize if I'm a little muddled. These are my thoughts on the housing development proposal that are unique rezoning, particularly this 1104 East Chippewa Part 2, having 7 years of experience working in housing and currently serving 213 rental homes, families rather. Just for perspective, I bought my house in 2021 for $58,000 here in Mount Pleasant. 4 years later, the assessment is between $140,000 and $170,000. I haven't done a great deal to fix to the house other than to fix some things that are broken, some cosmetics, and some serious deep cleaning. I used all of the COVID relief money fund our family received as down payment, and thank goodness I have worked a lot with tools. There have been many times when something has broken and I have had to borrow equipment from a friend or consult my professional maintenance coworkers. Not everyone has that luxury. For those that can't fix things and can't afford to call a professional, home ownership is not realistic. As a side note, there's no further assurance that being a homeowner will create more longevity in a location than that of a person who is a renter. I have seen when voucher holders have opportunity to gain affordable rents that they have very few changes in their unit. The average time homeowners stay in their homes is steadily decreasing from 13.4 years in 2020 to 11.8 years by current data, with 8 years being the timeline for those that are on the coast where rents are super expensive. In 2025, the Mount Pleasant rents rose significantly higher than everywhere else in Michigan, leaving one to believe the likelihood that our community will reflect the West Coast with the decreased longevity
due to unaffordability. If we want folks to settle and stay, we have to have affordable options. Mount Pleasant doesn't have a lot of high-paying jobs, and for those folks currently employed in the lower income markets, we are just supposed to shrug and say, sorry about your housing issues, that we can't or won't do anything to make it better. These folks are part of our community, and we should want to have their families housed in our communities, the communities that they serve. To be honest, these conversations always come with has not had that conversation. There's actually been a lot of support for their community in general. And I would just say that as we move forward with this rezoning and this new master plan, sorry, I'm really tired, guys. I just want to say that most renters want to mind their business. They want to feed their families. They want to find a sense of calm and decency, much like a homeowner. When we expect all renters to be in one area with towering complexes, we create a have versus have not. And I believe the stereotypical statement that community commitment falls in the mindset of only those who own is apparent in a great deal of our conversations. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Theo Tolliner. I have lived in the 1105 East Broadway property for almost 20 years now. Was raised there. My mom, Kimberly, just spoke and did talk about many of the memories that we made there. And I just want to talk a little bit about that personally as somebody who grew up there. I basically lived outside for most of my childhood years, and a lot of what let my imagination run free was the green spaces in our backyard and the yard surrounding, especially in Darcy's yard. He allowed us to play games at dusk like tag or ghost in the graveyard in his yard. If you take a walk through some of the brush on the edge of his property, you'll find remnants of old forts that I built, like sticks that were fireplaces or a broken shelf hanging off of an old rusty fence. There are many fond memories that I have of the time that I spent there growing up. I understand the desire to put lower or middle income housing opportunities in this lot, and I actually support that. There were many times that I wished that there was more kids around in the neighborhood when I was growing up, and the idea of more families moving in sounds great. But I don't think that the way that it has been, that the plans that are given to us now and the idea of turning it into a CD4 lot support really making this the neighborhood that I enjoyed as a kid and enhancing it in the ways that would only make it better. I think that keeping it a CD3 lot and maybe splitting it and putting in a few duplexes and still providing that housing will keep the integrity of the neighborhood that I loved, will keep it safe, quiet, and peaceful for families to move into there and to benefit both from coming into an established neighborhood and having that neighborhood, having those connections and the love of a community. And then it would also benefit all of the people who get to live with those people and share life together in that area. So I would urge you to reconsider and to not pass the ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Director Moore, are there any raised hands online? Sure. Thank you. Are there any emails? Thank you. Do you want to conclude public comment for us this evening?
Certainly. My name is Scott Bell. I'm with Lapham Associates, the applicant for this. We represent Dave Lapham. Have represented Dave and Darcy Lapham, D&D Real Estate, and numerous projects throughout the city here through all the years. The history of the property, I think, is pretty well put forth by the neighbors. So that was one of the things I wanted to point out. The Laphams have been there for over 60 years. And Dave's objective was to try and do something that would memorialize that piece of property in Darcy's name. So on that note, I think everyone understands Mr. Lapham has no intentions of building a high-rise apartment in here. Just to set the record straight, the initial drawing that we presented, it was basically to develop
maximum density, just to see if that, how many units we could get in there from a developer's perspective so that we could start analyzing things. And of course, to take to the city to say, okay, your master plan says this is something that could be allowed in this district or in this block. We would like to look to have the zoning rechanged so that we could do something with that property more than just putting a single family residence on a nearly 1 acre parcel. And that is our objective. And as mentioned, Mr. Lapham has met with the neighbors, has come into the city, and by no means he didn't mean to cause a ruckus. He has, as far as to make something economically feasible, he's come to the conclusion that 5 duplexes, 10 units would work here. That would probably be something that would be similar in design to what we have on the parcel now, where we want to have a playground, we want to have an area, we want it to be family oriented. Our target market is the young professionals, although after seeing the new data that your planner presented to us today, your staff, maybe we want to put in some 0-step units for senior housing or those that are less able-bodied. And those are the folks that are looking for a rental home. As mentioned, the maintenance of the property, a lot of people don't want to deal with that. They would rather have someone else take care of things. So having a little 1 acre pocket development in the middle of this block that would have several homes that would be maintained and taken care of by a group of people or a property management group anyhow, would make something nice, add to the neighborhood. And I don't agree with the realtors that have said, yes, if you were putting a 5-story apartment complex on this property, that would not be something that would probably raise neighborhood values. But a few duplexes, we already have neighbors that are enjoying that benefit, that is not allowed under your ordinance with duplexes and other accessory dwelling units on the property or on the adjacent properties. We just feel that we want to build something that's benefiting the city, adding to your housing stock, as well as providing that memorable moment for Darcy. A couple of things I just want to touch on. I jotted a bunch of notes here, and I'm not sure that all of them, there's been arguments both ways. So for me to say one way or another, I don't believe that the roads are not undersized there. 10 units, there'd be 100 daily traffic in and out of there, which would be on a road that's probably designed for 5,000 to 10,000 cars a day, and doesn't have that now, but it's not a significant increase. We are in the middle of the city of Mount Pleasant, so there's traffic everywhere. It's hard to say that the neighborhood is going to generate that traffic. A lot of people pass through the neighborhood just because it's the easiest way. The infrastructure, water, sewer, storm water management facilities are right there and available, suitable for this development. In addition, there is, I want to point out that what we have is presented is not the site plan that's going to be presented. We do have to come back. All of these zoning changes, the parcels may be rezoned, but we still have to put a plan together, come back to the planning commission, get that approved. And that is when you will see more specific details on the architectural elements, the type of buildings, how they fit into the neighborhood, or if they don't fit into the neighborhood, what those impacts would be. One of the things your fire department's probably going to require us to have some kind of a fire turnaround at the end. So I would like to just wrap up with the fact that we probably will have to have a large paved hammerhead at the end of the property to turn around no matter what we do, just to meet the fire safety rules. But we can put a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units in there that would provide great housing stock, and market rate apartments, $1,000, $1,500 to $1,800 a month possibly. So I think that addresses most of the primary things. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening.
With that, I'm going to close the public hearing. This time we'll move into discussion on the matter or a motion at this time. Any commissioners with discussion on the matter? Commissioner Alsaker starting us off.
Well, I appreciate hearing from Scott that it's not just a comment about building duplexes, but that might be the actual plan and it might actually suit some of the neighborhood's concerns. So that's my thought.
Commissioners,
I would agree with that. In fact, it's, I appreciate a lot when you have a developer, represented by Scott here, Dave Lapham, who's willing to work with the neighborhood, because that is important to try to get over these things. Before us tonight is the zoning, but that's a good sign when you have developers working with the neighborhood. And I also commend the neighborhood because this is very impressive. You hit the points that are important. I'll defer to others. I'd like to make another comment before we close, but at least.
Commissioner Bush.
I was hoping that Director Pawadiko could help clarify, just because we've all had a long evening, and I know I could benefit from explaining again, what is the need for rezoning if, you know, we've heard several different numbers thrown out, like somebody was saying something about 7 units, and I don't know what is accurate.
I can help tackle the 7-unit
Exactly.
comment. So
Yeah.
CD3 allows for up to 6 dwelling units per acre.
Mhm.
However, we don't allow more than 1 building per site. So-
Okay.
So zoning is difficult because we have to look at all the rules together.
Right.
So I just wanted to clarify that. Sometimes we say density, that's the maximum allowed. That's one of the metrics we're gonna use when we review site plans. We look at lot widths. It cannot be less than 50
Right.
feet in width in CD3, all sorts of things.
So are we looking at another instance where theoretically a application could, that's zoned for, you know, they could build if it was a single building, they could still build something that was a 20-unit complex as long as it was just one building,
So not under CD3?
not under C3?
Yeah, under CD3, you would be capped at 1 dwelling unit per footprint.
Right,
But-
but how many, but yeah, the resident, one dwelling unit, okay.
So just 1 dwelling unit, so,
Okay.
or 2 max,
Or
if you
duplex.
get a special use permit,
Got it,
yeah.
okay.
Or you can do a house and an accessory dwelling in the back.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully that makes sense. And a dwelling unit is comprised of living, kitchen facilities, bathrooms, so you cannot have 6 dwelling units in 1 building in CD3.
So theoretically, with CD3, could there be 2 duplexes developed on the property? I'm just just trying to make sure I understand completely.
Yeah, so if I look at just lot width, you could divide in 3, but I believe the Subdivision Act restricts to not more than 5 times the width. So then I think they could potentially do 2. So 2 long sites and then 1 duplex in each site.
And that aesthetically wouldn't be congruent though at all, really, with the way other buildings are.
It wouldn't be too different than the proposal from a street end perspective. So the 5 duplexes that Mr. Laffin indicated he wants to build is 2 and then 2 behind
Right.
and 1 in the middle and the back.
Mhm.
So if CD3 is all they can get, technically they could build just the 2 buildings on the front and the whole backyard will be this gigantic backyard. I don't know if they will follow through with the CD3, only 2 buildings. Mr. Laffin indicated to me he is looking at minimum 5 duplexes,
Mhm.
so 10 units total.
And if we accepted like a CD4 designation tonight, whatever plan is finalized will still have to come before the planning commission, and the community will have input where if it's just determined that we absolutely cannot tolerate 5, but 4 would meet the needs of our community or again, theoretically, that would be a voice that could be expressed, or?
Not really.
Okay.
So when let's say, so CD4, right? So if CD4 is the designation, when it comes to site plan review, Plan review does not come with a public hearing. There is an option for public comment
Right.
at the planning commission meeting, and we can certainly allow residents to speak, but it's not gonna be a public hearing on the case before the motion of the site plan to pass or not. The other clarification is site plans, they are black and white review procedures. So they either meet or they don't meet the
Okay.
zoning criteria. Hopefully that answers.
So there's no room for
procedures.
editing. It's either yay or nay. And then back
Exactly.
to the drawing board.
Yes, yes. And the way it works on the back end, at least me personally as a city planner, I don't take projects that don't meet zoning to the planning commission. I may miss a tree and then at the meeting, I'll say approve with conditions that you add another tree, but I'm not gonna get an apartment building CD3 and waste people's time and collect the fee from the applicant, right?
Mhm.
So usually those meetings are pretty standard. Boom, boom, boom. Those are the rules. We look at every single rule. Planning commission is basically my second pair of eyes. Did we look at all the rules in the correct way?
Mhm.
Does it meet? Anything we missed, condition, and then the site plan gets approved. So there's no discretion, nothing like that. That's why it's important to think about the framework
Mhm.
and what is the framework that the city commission would like to have for that site.
Let's see. I'm gonna check in with other commissioners first.
Well, I was on her question, because I want to make sure that she was asking, like, if, like, they were some compromise to make maybe less 3 or 4, but if we approve the CD4, they can have 5 units with 4 units per building. And once it's passed, then it's not debatable by the people, they have the right to build that.
Yes.
Okay.
See, other members of the commission who haven't had a chance to speak yet. Commissioner Rollins. Commissioner Birschbacher. Okay. Vice Mayor Eke.
Vice Mayor AK is one out.
Okay. Let's see. Again, with the framework that has been presented by city staff, I do appreciate the advocacy that has come forward tonight, and it is having an effect. And it is, with the Lapham family again being so closely tied to this, it seems like it's going to continue to have an effect. I continue to prioritize new housing developments in a variety, and I think a mixture, again, as per our city master plan, a mixture of housing throughout the community is important. Rezoning doesn't mean that we're going to that someone is going to be forced out of their home. Again, we look to rezone this per the future land use plan, and if we were to rezone it tomorrow, everyone who owns a house there is still going to own their house there. Everyone has that property. It is their property. In this case, again, I am supportive of the rezoning. Is there a motion on the table at this time?
Comment there.
Other
Good.
comment.
This group that was here tonight presented not anecdotal evidence, but this is facts to say, here's why it doesn't meet the criteria. And I would remind the commission that the city's law, that the ordinance 154-616 says emphatically, this is spot zoning and is not allowed. Is not allowed. But we can argue whether it is or not. But if you read the code, now the master plan says different. But if you read the law that was passed, it doesn't meet the criteria. And with the evidence that was presented by the group from that neighborhood, Chippewa Street, it was pretty clear that's not the only criteria that was in question. There was 4, 5, or 6 of the criteria that were in question, not in question, they were strongly disputed. And we should not take that lightly. That's our job to make sure that we follow the ordinance. This is a zoning ordinance. We're asked to be changing the zoning ordinance tonight, not what we'd like to have built or what we wish. This is what it's zoned as, and it's zoned as a CD3, and they're looking to change it. There was clear, unequivocal argument why this should not happen. The zoning ordinance makes it clear this should not happen, and we need to keep that in mind when we vote.
So with the discussion there, Commissioner Zhang, I do respect your point.
I was gonna make a motion.
Gotcha. If I could finish my comment
Okay.
first, yeah. So I do respect your point that, again, evidence was presented that the criteria was not met. And so that does give, again, right now we're evaluating whether or not criteria was met or not met, and that is part of our discussion. So if we're voting it up or down to maintain our policies, to maintain, again, availability for future developments within the community. It's the reason that we have our city attorney here this evening is to help make sure that we're working on appropriate grounds for why we're approving or not approving. If you feel as a commissioner that based on the evidence that's presented, and I believe I see our attorney grabbing papers. No, I thought he was grabbing the mic. But if you feel that based off the evidence that's presented that the criteria that we're voting upon isn't met, then that will likely lead to the motion that it sounds like you're about to make and the vote you will cast. My position is that I feel based on the evidence that I've seen and reviewed, I feel comfortable with that the criteria is met. And that's the position that I have there. And so when we vote as a commission, five people feel the same way, we will rezone it. But again, it's that debate there. It is a debate. There is contention on that issue. Commissioner Alsager.
I'd like to make the motion that we approve Z 25-02, 1104 East Chippewa Street for Lapham and Associates.
Second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Voting upon the motion, voting aye would indicate that you are in favor of the motion and the proposed rezoning. Voting nay would indicate that you're opposed to the rezoning. On this issue, we'll call for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Bushbacher,
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang,
No.
Commissioner Rollins,
Yes.
Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Commissioner Alsager,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Eke,
Yes.
Mayor Wingard,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay. Wow. Now, let's see. It is 11:42 this evening. We have 2 items of business remaining on the agenda this evening. First item on the agenda, under new business.
The bond.
Yeah.
Good. My manager's sense, do you have a point of order that you'd like to bring to my attention?
No, my apologies. You were looking to me and I believe the appointments committee
Yeah.
was before the next one. So I just want to make sure I had that
Yep.
correct.
Yep, you're good. Yep, so item number 24 of new business. Let's see, consider appointments to various boards and commissions as recommended by the Appointments Committee. And the Appointments Committee met recently. I can't remember the specific dates off the top of my head, but reviewing, we had a candidate for our Zoning Board of Appeals alternate. I'm not certain on the exact term, Langs, I can't remember, didn't write that down, but Latricia Powell is a applicant for our Zoning Board of Appeals alternate position. I believe it goes, I want to say it goes through 2026. I want to say December 2026 is the end of the term. She spoken with her. She is a very energetic and passionate individual, and she comes with a lot of qualifications. My computer is locked up, so I can't pull up the exact qualifications, but she has certifications regarding zoning from MSU as well. I would like to make a motion in favor of her appointment to the Zoning Board of Appeals alternate position, term expiring December 31st, 2026.
Do we need a second? If we
I
need a
would say
second.
All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. At this time also, while we're on the topic, I'd like to acknowledge that we have an opening on the Crawford, or not Crawford, that's where I'm Hometown Chippewa River District Library, CRDL Board. We will be looking to appoint an individual to the school, to the library board, with Kristen Lalone stepping aside. Please make sure you get your applications in through the city's website, and the appointments committee is planning on reviewing these applications in our first meeting in August. So August 1st, reminder to the appointments committee that we're looking to review that. All right, that brings us now to item number 17, jumping back in time here. Manager DeSense, if you want to tee us up on this.
Sure thing. The city commission is asked to consider a resolution authorizing the sale of up to $18 million in bonds as part of the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund DWSRF program. This covers the anticipated $12 million for the first phase of the water treatment plant upgrades and allows for any overages should they be incurred. 2.2 million roughly of the principal of this deal would be part of the state's principal forgiveness program. We also have the city's bond attorney, Roger Sweats, is here to answer any questions you may have.
Gotcha. Is there any questions from the commission? Again, Commissioner Zhang.
Comment. Because I had earlier asked to remove it from the consent agreement, wanted to make sure we make it clear our individual positions by roll call vote. But the second thing is just to remind everybody, the community, the people, the city, and we already had discussions about this, but this is the formal resolution that will allow us to go $18 million in debt for the Drinking Water Revolving Fund. The goal is important. It's a public utility that needs to be funded. It needs to happen, but it's important enough. And I've wanted that just not to be part of the consent agreement, besides the fact that it needs to be a roll call vote. But I think it's important to remind everybody, this is a huge amount of money, a huge debt. This will affect the utility rate, and just important to know that.
Thank you, Commissioner Zhang. Is there any other comments or questions on this topic?
I have a question, a very simple question. May I?
Certainly, Vice Mayor.
So I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking of how we're going to fund this particular project. If we don't do this, then what options do we have to fund this drinking water project?
Well, make sure using the mic and everything.
No.
No, you're good.
I am, yeah, I'm, I'm sort of flummoxed here in a way.
Oh, you're good.
But my question is, if we don't authorize, this bond resolution for a project that is needed, or that, how do we address this? Who handles this?
Can I respond to that?
Certainly.
Commissioner Eke, this is a big number, and it is an important part of the utility that we do need to fund. And I'd be supporting this. I will be supporting this, but it's going to be paid. This is not supported by taxes. This is a utility that's paid for by the users. It's like when your water bill is, we're going to fix the water plant, so we're going to make sure everything works, or the wastewater plant. Whenever you have those kind of public utilities, they're paid for by the users.
I understand, and that's so we do, again, may I
Certainly.
again, we are dealing with a necessity. We're dealing with something that is urgent. We're dealing with, responsibilities that we have to the city that we must address, we must look at. And what I don't understand, so because I'm troubled by your comment, it's not as if we're being frivolous and irresponsible here, in undertaking this. And that's why I'm asking the question that I'm asking. If we don't do it, and if we don't do it this way, then what is the option? I don't, are you proposing another option? Is there an alternative way of taking care of this? If there is, again, I go back to what I said earlier. If there is, I need somebody to show me that. I want somebody to propose this alternative, because I really cannot envision how to address your concern. we are all responsible to the city, to the residents, and clearly, if we're using the utilities that the city provides, then we are also responsible for, paying for those utilities. And here you're saying, well, here is caution, here is caution. If we undertake this, it is a huge undertaking. Of course, it is a huge undertaking, but I don't know. What troubles me is the language and the presentation of what you're trying to say, because then it's sort of, you make this statement without saying, here is an alternative, and I don't know where to go with that, which is why I'm asking this question. What happens if we don't do this?
You may respond, but I would like to curtail discussion
I'm
on the item
sorry.
itself, because it sounds like we're all in support, but it's the underlying topic. So if you, a brief
and-
response, if you would like.
Mr. Mayor, we have our expert here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I need a response to my question.
And it wasn't an alarmist. It was just to remind us that $18 million is not taken lightly. This is important. It's important we do this. It's expensive. And the rates will be affected by this. But this is something that needs to get done. And
So-
this is the right way to do it.
So what's your point? Sorry.
No, you're good. I appreciate your availability
Go
here.
ahead.
Yeah, the 18 million bond is we can bond up to 18 million, if I remember my discussion.
Yes.
Maybe just a few very quick points to clarify. This is up to 18 million. We're not expecting it to be anywhere near that. It's just, that's the maximum number previously approved. And there's a process that we're going through with the state to narrow that down. And I think it'll be less than 13 when that's finally done. But this is just opening the door and giving us flexibility because we're on a real tight timeline now. And we don't want to have to come back for special meetings to narrow that in. Secondly, this plan comes with over $2.6 million of principal forgiveness to the city. So this is a real, so if we're down to 13 and then you take 2.6 off of that. And then the third thing I just wanted to point out is the state program comes with a 2% interest rate, which is less than half of what the market interest rate would be, maybe 35–40% of market interest rate. So I can't say what would happen if you don't do this, but I did want to point out that the magnitude's not quite as high as what it sounds like, and that there's a lot of benefit with the interest rate and principal forgiveness that you're going to get with this.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate this. I think I recall that we had this conversation several weeks or maybe a month or, some time ago. I recall that. I am just simply responding to my colleague here who is saying caution, caution, because we've had this and I'm worried thinking, if we don't do this, then what's the alternative? That's why I'm asking. So thank you again.
I'd call for a motion at this time.
I move that we'll to approve the resolution authorizing the sale of $18 million in bonds for drinking water state revolving fund program.
I'll second that.
Motion and seconded. All those in favor, when called upon, will respond aye in the affirmative to pass the resolution. Deputy Clerk Wixon, if you would, call the roll.
Commissioner Zhang,
Yes.
Commissioner Rollins,
Yes.
Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Commissioner Alsager,
Yes.
Commissioner Bushbacher,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Eke,
Yes.
Mayor Wingard.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
That brings us to the end of new business. We will move into announcements on city-related issues and new business. Going in alphabetical order.
None.
None.
Vice Mayor Eke, any new?
Nada, zilch.
Commissioner Perschbacher.
All I want to say is I appreciate anyone who is still watching. And
Here.
and I am glad I don't have a 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I do. I do.
Commissioner Rollins.
None.
Commissioner Wingard, there's an election August 5th. Make sure you get out and vote on August 5th for a new city commissioner. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Marilyn Wixon for serving as our interim clerk these past few months and appreciate all the work that you've done. So thank you very much. Let's see. That puts us to Commissioner Eckert. What?
Just in closing, I do want to say that, today's meeting actually brought out a lot of, community, responses to what we do. We have to make difficult decisions. And I want to assure people that we are not making these decisions lightly. We are not ignoring people's feelings. We are not ignoring people's concerns. But it is important to realize that we've got to make decisions that help the city. And we're looking at where the city needs to go. And so, at least for me, whatever decision I make, all votes that I have cast, it is in service of the city, and hopefully it will help us move forward. And I hope that our people understand this. Thank you.
Commissioner Zhang?
Just a quick shout out to the Parks Department for their participation with the Hannesbach Park. They've gone through 10 years now, and it's good that they've done that. Second thing is, I hope we'll consider, there was some letters about the feminine hygiene product help, and I hope that the commission will consider that stuff in the future.
Thank you.
And then one last thing, and that's, there's petitions going around to be on next year's ballot. I would encourage residents to study those, know the implications. Don't just sign something because they put it in front of you. And watch out, the label doesn't necessarily match what's being said.
Thank you. At this time, I will open public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. Is there anyone in the Zoom audience? Are there any emails? Is there anyone here physically in the audience who would like to give public comments? We have very few members of the audience remaining. Gotcha. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. And as there is no more business before the commission, we stand adjourned at 11:56 p.m.
Thank you. Oh, I am jet lagged. Okay, seriously. I
Miss-